Well, hello everyone to day 62. Day 62. Wow. Wow. How crazy is that? It's 2 days after 60. Yes, quick maths. Technically this does mean that we've officially crossed over into guaranteed 2 months of streaming, right? If we assumed what is it? Is it July and August both have 31 days in it? So technically 62 would count to be the very final day of our first 2 months of streaming. So either way, officially, as of today's stream and then going beyond, we're crossing into the threshold of a 3-month streamer. Wow, impressive, right? Crazy stuff. But yes, welcome everyone. I am going to be working on our product review, so no surprises there. And we did make a lot of progress on this already. So let me see if I can hop over to it real quick. So yesterday I did not stream as well. I took most of yesterday just to do all the work off stream. There's a lot of stuff I just, you know what, I felt like I was in a grind mode, and the things that I was grinding through required no distractions. So I said, F it. Yesterday was Sunday as well, so Sundays are usually quieter for streaming anyway. So I was like, okay. Let's put those two together and just commit to working on my own for a bit. And we did make a lot of progress. So I'm excited to share where we are with the opening trailer. Hello, low bass. Low bass, you changed your, is that right? So on my restream, it's showing that you have a new profile image. But is that visible? Okay, so if I look through Twitch, if I look at my Twitch chat, when I see your name pop up, it doesn't show it like an actual avatar. It has your beautiful little VIP badge. Thank you again, Low Base, as a founder as well. Oh, I do need to create a new badge for 2-month subscribers. Okay, I need to put that on my to-do list. Maybe we'll take care of it today too. We'll see. Yeah, so I see all your cool little, what do you call those? Flares? The badges? And then your username, but I don't see your image. Now, the good thing on Restream, when I look at my unified chat on Restream, it does show an actual profile image. Yeah, looks good. From the tiny bit I can see. Looks very professional. Is that a camera in your hand? I can't tell. It's too small on the screen here. But you said yes, changed it. Nice. Well, looks great, man. Okay, so welcome, Low Base. Happy Monday. I believe you're at work. Maybe it's around lunchtime for you almost. It's you as a Lego? Oh, wait, really? Okay, I didn't see that. 1 second. You know what? We're going to deep dive in this. Oh, I see. Oh, that's pretty dope. Okay. That's pretty cool. You know what? I forgot to ask ChatGPT to create a Lego version of myself. I think we've done every other iteration of like my avatar in different animation styles, but I forgot to ask for Lego style. We got to add that to my list. My cats say hello. Let me see if I need to adjust yeah, I do need to adjust real quick. Let's expand this so I can see it. All right, I got to move my webcam a little bit closer to the edge. Yeah. And then let's move my cat. There you go. Man, why do they all look so fat on that screen when I do that? It's just the camera angle. Yes, Nala, good girl. You're not going to bite me, are you? You're going to bite the middle finger that feeds you? Yeah, so hello from Nala over there. She's chilling in usually what is Kimpop's seat, but it is what it is. Kimpop was running around whining about something. Oh, yesterday. Was it? No, sorry, not yesterday. 2 days ago, we had one of the most beautiful moments. Oh, I didn't, I should have taken a screen grab, but it's at least on the stream itself. But we had both my cats for a first time ever sharing the bed and actually sleeping there, you know, cuddling and everything and not fighting. So that was a precious moment. Low Base, you said, I officially upgraded to the ChatGPT Pro plan and I've been using the shit out of it. I was successfully able to get ChatGPT to schedule an Instagram post on Adobe Express using agent mode. It's not where I would trust it to do that regularly yet, but it's a good sign for the future. The future of humanity or the future for your business. Honestly, the main reason it failed is that the Adobe Express site sucks. Gotcha. I haven't used agent before. I had access to it back when I was paying the crazy, I still can't believe I was doing this, but when I was spending like $200 a month or whatever for the proest form, But my excuse was I was trying to build my website at the time, so I was using it quite extensively for that. Yeah, but that sounds interesting. You know, I was watching some videos. We might even play some of them today. I found a few YouTube videos. Sorry, not YouTube videos. YouTube channels where they were it's like the typical, like, here's advice on how to grow your business, how to grow your YouTube channel, here's what you're doing wrong about social media, XYZ. And I did find that both of them, but the first one in particular, called Callaway, it did give recommendations that I personally felt seemed reasonable, logical, and slightly different from what I was hearing, and slightly different from my expectations. So for that reason alone, I was like, okay, these guys, this channel might be worth listening to. I might play it because I think some of his videos, maybe most of them, they don't actually have any, they don't play any audio. It's just like their voice, right? So I don't have to worry about like copyright strikes from that. So anyways, we might put some of those on because, and the reason I'm bringing it up low base is because it made me reconsider, like, what is my strategy with Instagram, with, any of my social medias, including YouTube. So anyways, we might play it. ChatGPT Pro is like a PhD wrote it. It's kind of awesome. I'm not 100% convinced it's worth $200 a month yet, but I'm definitely already spoiled on it. Yeah, I mean, if you're using it, you might as well like maximize. I mean, $200 is a lot of money, but you can I have a feeling you should be able to, leverage that to the maximum with such a tool. So good luck to you on that. Let me know if there's any learnings. I was just too afraid to use agent mode. If I remember agent mode, it's like you're like saying, hey, here's access to my website, here's access to my accounts, I want you to run it, do all the things, and run behind the scenes for me. And I was like, yo, that's a little frightening. It's like, okay, can I give you my access to my bank account and like my stock profile, and then let you run with whatever stock trades you think is most the best bang for your buck, whatever. It's like, oof, I don't know, it's a little terrifying. I didn't trust it that much yet. Okay, I restarted my computer, so I have to open up a bunch of new folders and stuff, but I want to see if I can play for you guys where we are with the opening. I'm really excited with it. There's enough that I want to take care of today, so we have enough content just to go over wrapping up this video opening. But I do quite like where we are. Let me see if I can find it. ZR. Okay, here we go. I'm just going to play it from the QuickTime, just because the rendering and stuff might be too slow otherwise. Low Base, he said, Codex is absolutely amazing for code review, as fixed problems I've been struggling with for months, and it is debugging the shit out of this chatbot. It has made me go from thinking this bot will be fully released in a couple months to thinking it may be released in a couple of weeks. Yo, that's a drastic difference. Give me a second. I'm just grabbing my fan from under the table. I've got two fans, these little tiny little fans that I use. Let's see what I can show. These things are lifesavers. Lifesaver right here, because I get hot very quickly. But you can also see it's collecting so much cat hair. So we'll take care of it later. Okay, that'll keep me cool. Where were we? Yes, let's play this video. So this is the opening, the intro / opening trailer for the product review video that I'm making right now. So enjoy. It's about 1 minute 20 seconds. I have to admit something. I'm not a pro. Oh, 1 second. I'm not sharing my screen. Here we go. Cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short-form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch, to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run-and-gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you. Okay, so generally speaking, I really like this. So we did make a lot of progress yesterday. There's just a few nitpicky things, and then a few administrative things I gotta put into this video, and then yeah. Otherwise, I think I'm done. So here are my thoughts. Let me just watch this part one more time. I'm trying to think if I caught something I need to fix. Hmm. There's a few like timing stuff to take care of as well. So I don't think it's like properly synchronized in terms of like to the beats. So I'll have to make some slight adjustments there. I thought there was one of these clips where I feel like it stutters. Maybe, oh, I think this was the culprit from earlier. Let me see. Yeah, okay. I think I noticed something. Something about it didn't feel as smooth. And it's such a short clip that I can't fully tell. So we'll take a look in a second. But I think on this clip here of this crazy looking chimp, I think as it zooms in, I think one of the frames might be off. Or like it stutters or something. We'll see. We're going to take a look. Otherwise, I think we've got it pretty nicely wrapped up. Now this is a template I found. I don't know if I like this template yet. I don't know if I'll keep it, but this is like a template where I have the title, obviously focusing on Nikon ZR. It could be a little too much though, I'm thinking, or maybe just having that like, let me pause it. I'm wondering, it might be much having the secondary Nikon ZR in the background, where then it just becomes almost illegible. So yeah, I might be doing too much. It might just be better to do a standard, just put in the center, Nikon ZR, maybe a text underneath it that has like the subtext. Right now I'm calling it an amateur's review. I'm just leaning into the fact that this is not a review from a professional type thing. And then I had some little subtext here for like going from vlogs to cinema. It's kind of unnecessary. So really at the end of the day, we might just keep a two-liner in the center and then forget the rest. Otherwise, I think we're happy with it. So, and then just like some side thoughts for myself. I don't know how to feel about my shot here. Like it's fine. I think maybe I'm getting a little bit too nitpicky, or I don't know, critical. Or you know what it is? I think I've been seeing a bunch of videos on YouTube of like actual pros at what they do, and like their background, their setup just looks so cinematic, smooth, minimalist, nothing cluttered and things like that. Whereas on mine, it's like pretty cluttered. The blue is pretty dark blue, and maybe we need to adjust that a bit. I think it's a bit much. And unfortunately for me, it's just a bit of like the limitation of my setup. I don't have a lot of table space here. So I'm literally just talking through the corner of my corner table setup. So if you can imagine where my camera setup, it's just at the corner of the wall, pointed kind of like 45-degree angles at me, which works, right? You get a nice like background view of everything. It's just like I feel like I wish I had a bit more space so that I could put the camera farther away from me. Then I wouldn't necessarily have to position myself in the middle. I could be more off to the side, and to do it and still look nice. But because I don't have a table that really blocks me parallel to the bottom of my screen frame, I just get this like V shape at the here. So I feel like it'd look weird if I position myself on the right or the left, to be fair, but like on the right side here, because you get this open gap. So yeah, there's a few little things like that where it's like I just have to work with the limitations or the constraints of my current setup. And it's not a bad thing. It's just one of those where it's like, ooh, I feel like I've seen some good examples of like what I would want my ideal setup to look like, but whatever, it is what it is. We adapt it to our home studio. Okay, so let me hop back over here. Let's put some music back on and let's dive in. I think we can go full screen for now. I don't need to. Oh, you know what? Let's open up ChatGPT just in case. Off to the side here. Let's pop it into streamer mode. But yeah, with all of that said, I am really happy with how this opening is turning out. I have handed off the rest of the video that I've done so far to a YouTube editor. So fingers crossed. We'll see how I work with the person. I'm sure I'm already annoying that person quite a bit because I'm quite demanding. I just have so many. I send so much information, and I do my best to try to be organized about it. But it's like one of those where it's like, man, you're reading an essay from me. I'm like putting down all the bullet points of like, here are the things I provided. Here are the things I want you to work on. These are things to keep in mind. It's a lot. So we'll see. We'll see. And if the working styles match, and also budget wise and everything like that, I think the two things I'm looking for is how much time does it take the editor to finish this first project? Because in my opinion, and this is a little bit of, hubris might be the wrong word, but and I don't mean this in any like without much experience, but just my assumptions. My assumption is that because I've done majority of the heavy lifting, which may not necessarily be the case for my projects going forward, but in the case of this talking head product review video, I have done most of the work in the sense that I've literally pulled out exactly the key voiceovers. So there's literally nothing that the editor needs to do in terms of like choosing the best versions of what I said or things like that. This should be start to finish everything without needing to cut much of anything at all. Maybe just having to remove a bit of my breathing sound or stutter if there exists, that kind of stuff, right? So one, I've done most of this work already of building out the skeleton. I've provided all of the B-rolls in like a very organized manner where like I essentially say like, I'll provide a footage where it's like, these are all the potential footages for B-roll showing X. And here's a bunch of footages for Y, which is talking about a feature of this. And so I have all the B-rolls sent across effectively. I have, so I feel like, and then the audio, voiceover, everything is clean. So in my potentially naive perception of things, my assumption is that this shouldn't take too many hours of work. And it's really just about looking through my library of B-rolls and applying them to the right locations. And then, adding some visual effects and text overlays, things like that. So I want to see how many hours does it take for an editor to work on this video. And that will help me judge going forward how much of a budget do I have with that particular editor at that particular price. So then this is all useful information for me to start figuring out, can I do this more often? And is this the right editor that can work at the right pace for my needs? So anyways, I'm oversharing a little bit for you guys, but that's where we stand. Okay, let me open up streamer mode here. Good morning, Amber. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Hope you're doing well too. Let's dive into whatever you've got on your mind today.
All right, nothing much right now. I just wanted to set you up and make sure you can hear me.
Absolutely. I can hear you loud and clear. So we're all good to go.
Okay. Little base. Let me read what you said here. So yes, the biggest concern with agent mode are the privacy issues. However, there are some security safeguards in place. For example, agent mode will never enter login credentials for you. It will always pause and make you do it. And when you take control, it is not logging any information, or at least that's what it says. So it's not seeing what you're doing on screen. It's not recording your keystrokes. And then when you resume, it takes control. Yeah, I mean, listen, I kind of go back and forth on this concept of privacy. Because in some ways, I do feel like it's an artificial issue. And I'm coming from someone in my corporate world. I did work in a field that was all about privacy, like, your financial data and like protecting and all that kind of stuff. So I understand, right, that it is a real problem or a real concern for people. But I also feel like sometimes we psychologically make things a big issue, but then we're hypocrites in our action. And what I mean is when you think about like how many times people will cite privacy issues for certain key features from whatever. But then it's like, we trust iPhone, we trust Google, we trust like all these different companies that have a crazy amount of our data. And like, yeah, we basically almost like trusted implicitly with our information, and we're already like giving away most of our information. We just trust that they're able to protect it effectively. And so yeah, it's like our information is out there. Like, you know, how many people use our, you know, like you use your Face ID to unlock your phone, right? So already in a sense, like you're trusting biometric information, biometric data. Although I know it's like hashed differently, or it's not like a one-to-one replica of your face or whatever. It's like coded, but it's like you're trusting these third parties and these other companies with, you know, key details like how your voice sounds, your biometric data, how many of us use Siri, and then we're trusting clearly just by the feature of, you know, this voice activation where the moment you talk to Siri, it will start listening, right? So once you say the magic words, right? But then the fact that it's listening, and if it hears the magic words, means that it's always listening. So there's like this, okay, well, that means your phone is always listening to whatever's happening. And now you have to trust that your phone isn't going to be recording any of those moments, except for when you use the magic phrase, and then it'll, you know, respond to you, and then who knows how much of that detail gets deleted and all that. But anyways, we implicitly trust so much of stuff that out there that is probably stealing our data, or we don't know if it's protected. Anyways, I'm going on a rant here. Things are bad when I ask an AI service to scan a script for bugs, and its first sentence is, wow, there's a lot here. Nice. I agree, you said low bass. Yep, I wholeheartedly agree with that. If you want a really fun experiment, talk about vacuum cleaners nonstop for like 20 to 30 minutes, then scroll through Instagram and see how many vacuum cleaner ads you get. Yeah, exactly. Like things like that where it's like we all kind of know. We know our phone, our devices are all kind of listening. They're tracking any kind of crazy amount of data. It might be tracking things we don't even think about, right? Whether it's like what you talked about, hearing key phrases and then converting it into like certain preferred ads. It could be like tracking your steps, but then turning that into like some kind of information about yourself that you may not even know about. And some of it we might actually want, right? Like some things like we're trusting our Apple Watch or whatever to track certain data, our heartbeat monitoring and stuff like that. And it's going to make our health better, let's say. So it just depends if we get enough value to offset the security, right? So it's like it's a constant battle between privacy and value, right? If you give me enough value, I'm willing to give up my entire privacy to you. That's essentially the game that all customers play. So anyone who says like privacy is the biggest issue, they're kind of lying, or they need to add an asterisk, because it's like, if I gave you enough value, you would give up your privacy. If I were to tell you, you give your biometric data to a government database, but in return, you will never have to deal with passwords or anything to that effect ever again. You can walk into all these stores and like blah, blah. You know, if there was enough value stacked on, you'd be like, okay, fine. Here you go, government ABC. Here's my biometric. Here's my face. Here's my fingerprints and all that, you know? So yeah, anyways, let's move on. So I'm not going to talk about vacuum cleaners for 20, 30 minutes. But hey, Kimbap, where are you? Oh, I was wondering where Kimbap was here, because I could hear him, but he wasn't where I thought there he is. This dude is standing on top of I have this big stand that I haven't put away from a recent photo shoot. It's where I keep all like my lights and stuff. But anyways, there you go, buddy. All right. I think he's complaining because Nala has stolen his bed. It is what it is. First come, first serve. Okay. So with all that ranting about privacy and value, let's go ahead and work on our video. So, I'm a wildlife and travel. First thing I think is I might want to lift the audio slightly. I feel like it can be slightly louder in terms of the background, like the sound effects, soundtracks, and all that. So let me -6. Let's lift it up by like a single decibel maybe. Or let's do -4.5. So we're going to lift everything by 1.5. So we'll make this -12.1. Oh, shoot. -8 and -6. Why did I do that? Okay. So here it's at negative 16.7. So what does that mean? I have to drop it to negative 15.2. Quick maths. The Asian in me is coming out. And apparently we still have enough Asian in us to do quick maths. But let's keep testing it. So then here, what is the audio level? Negative 8.3. So we're going to bring this to negative, oh shoot, negative, what was it? Negative 8.3. So negative 6.8 is 1.5 less, I think. God, I hope so. Camera beep sound. Do I need to lift that? Let's hear. Actually, I think this one was the proper audio level. This one will drop, so negative 17.5. No, 16.5. My bad. Making short form video reels. And then move into YouTube for a vlog. Same thing, we'll just lift it. Negative 16.7, so it should be what? Negative 15.2. Negative 23.5. This one we fixed already. Chunky shutter sound. Negative 23.5. Now, I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out negative 2.4. 3.9, yep. And then negative 14.2 minus 1.5 is what? Negative 12.7. Launch. To see if a camera at this price point with Pro launch. To see if a camera at this price point with Pro negative 2.4. Let's make it the same. Negative 2.4. Run and gun travel. Negative 2.4. The Nikon ZR and this review are for you. Okay, and then for the main soundtrack, let's just double check with this one. On ZR before launch, to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run and gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you. So it's not bad. I don't even know. Do I need to lift this at all? Let's look at the... Okay, I think we're fine then on the rest of the soundtrack levels. Alright, now let's work on the actual files. And are for you. And this review are for you. Okay. There, I feel like we're going off feels here, okay? These are the feels vibes test in here. I felt like this clip was slightly too short. Maybe it means I just need to cut it a little bit sooner by like 1. So what if we extend it by a single frame? $1.24. Okay. I don't know if I made it better or not. That's the problem. Okay. Yes, I was right. Or no. Hold on. I think I was right. Or no, okay, I was semi-right. I was correct that something was throwing me off, but I technically did everything correct. But in these 2 frames here, so basically what I did was I was adding a subtle zoom here, let me just bring it up bigger. I added a subtle zoom throughout the clip. However, the last 2 frames, it looks like there's no zoom at all. And I wonder if that's because like maybe in the actual shot I was zooming out somehow in the last frame here. So then it made it look like there was no zoom added on. Although when I'm looking at the numbers, it is actually changing the whole time. So how can we fix this? Let's add a keyframe here. And then let's just increase it slightly. What? What's going on? Wait, something's broken. Okay, so I don't know if it's DaVinci glitching out on me, but you can see here, for instance, it starts at 1.18 zoom, then it jumps to 1.193, and you can see that jump, and then the next frame, another jump, and you're kind of seeing through the keyframes, we wanted to keep jumping, except the last couple frames here, it just stays fixed for some reason. Why? Is this a stabilization thing? Okay, let's try resetting the keyframes. Worst case, I'm not going to do any zoom. I mean, I kind of want to add the zoom. Yeah. So no matter what, it's taking the last 2 frames and it's not applying any zoom. It's just letting the prior frame adopt whatever the last frame's zoom settings are. What the hell? Why? See, look. I'm literally zooming it all the way. Nothing's happening on the screen. So I zoomed it all the way to 0, which should mean it disappears. Yeah. And it applies it to the rest, but not to the actual freaking frame itself. So for some reason, these 2 frames here is like turned into a vacuum. It's like a black hole that is sucking whatever values I put in there and disappears and gets embraced by the last frame, Why? ¿Por qué? Okay, but the good news is that means I'm not going crazy. I did catch something that threw my eyes off, like when I was watching it. Something about it felt off and I couldn't pinpoint why, and it's because I was seeing a nice zoom effect, but then the last couple frames it would stay fixed. Yeah, you're seeing it on this one as well. It stays fixed for the last 2 frames. And this one's fine, right? So here you're seeing it constantly zooms. So for some reason, these 2 footages, and maybe that's what it was, like back to back, the zoom effect wasn't applying to the last couple frames. So, Nico, hello. Welcome, Nico. Our biggest PP user, Nico. Welcome back. Low Bassy says, zoom effect was my other stripper name in college. Man. At some point, are you going to show off your stripper moves? Not that I'm saying we were asking for it, but... Okay, so what's causing this dumbass issue? I say dumbass because, like, this shouldn't be an issue. There's absolutely no reason, because it seems more like a bug. And I don't know how to fix it, so we're going to have to struggle through this. So what if I just do it from there? Okay, problem solved. I'm just going to add a keyframe at the very edge, and then it seems to be fine. So let's... Because usually I make my final keyframe on the frame that's the one right before the end of the shot itself. Because that should be... My understanding is everything from here to here is just a representation of the last frame. So whatever changes you want to make that goes to the end of a clip should be on the frame, second to last frame of the actual shot itself, start to finish, if that makes sense. But here, we're just going to add the last keyframe as if the clip was extending. We're going to put it at the very end here, even though you can't see it visually. And let's apply our starting keyframe. And then here, I think I'll zoom in by 1.08. There we go. Problem solved. I feel like a genius. Genius! Okay, let's look at the rest. I need to take my freaking... I can feel... I'm feeling stuffy right now. So let me go grab one of my Claritin pills that I can take. We gotta consume some drugs real quick, so give me a second. When it comes to capturing the wild beauty of Uganda, your camera gear can make all the difference, especially during the intimate, chaotic moments of a gorilla or a chimpanzee trek. For those without DSLRs or mirrorless cameras, don't worry, you can still capture stunning photos and videos. Smartphones and action cameras these days, they work really well for the jungle treks, especially during the unpredictable close encounters you might have with the primates. I also use a mix of my Osmo Pocket 3, iPhone 15 Pro, the GoPro, Insta360 X4, and Go 3 to ensure that I never miss a shot. I usually travel with 2 cameras, my Nikon Z9 for my primary wildlife shots, and my Nikon Z6 III focused on capturing all my day-in-the-life travel moments. During gorilla treks, a 70-200mm f2.8 lens is my favorite for its focal range and incredible versatility, and it performs really well in low-light conditions within these dense forests. I've also had great success with an 85mm f1.2 lens for its exceptional low-light captures on these treks. For chimpanzee treks, all the same recommendations apply. The only difference is that some of my photographer clients, including myself, have used our 400mm f2.8 lens inside the jungle. If you can handle the weight, it does offer unmatched quality for these close-up portraits of chimps. I don't recommend it for the gorilla treks, given the larger size of the gorillas means it's harder to keep in frame. For jeep and boat safaris, a lens within a 300 to 400mm focal length is what I recommend. For me, I use my 400mm f2.8 lens. It allows you to capture faraway subjects while maintaining the best quality of your shot. Lastly, when it comes to photographing the people and culture of Uganda, shooting with the 400mm f2.8 or 85mm f1.2 is a luxury that's hard to beat. However, the 24-70mm and 70-200mm f2.8 are my favorites for producing high-quality portraits with best-in-class versatility. Okay, we're back. I took my pill, fed my cats, so they should be happy. Alright, let's continue. Continuing on, where were we? So these clips, I think we've made the adjustments. Oh yeah, so I'm not just... Okay, so we're starting by doing the synchronization, right? So let's focus first on the time sync of all the shots. Then I want to work through some potential like text overlays and stuff that maybe I should add. Okay, let's just double check this one as well. Yeah, same issue on this one. See, the zoom effect just stops. Why? It's so... You know, I've gone... Actually, I might have slipped one time, but I think I've gone the entire 62 days without ever throwing an F-bomb on the stream. But this is one of those moments where I feel tested. Nico, you asked, how is your day going? My day is going very, very well. Thank you. Yes, it's going well. We have been productive. So basically, Nico, you're watching me wrapping up my product review video, at least from my side of things. I've handed off the rest to an editor. So I'm hoping that the editor can work very quickly on this. And hopefully by tomorrow, it should be done. I don't know. We're going to have to see. But yeah, I'm staying hopeful because I believe this editor is quite talented. I basically reached out through Upwork. So I'm working through Upwork first. I'm hoping this is a one and done type situation where editor is amazing, understands my style, doesn't make any silly mistakes. And I'm like, yo, let's continue working together. And he says, yeah, absolutely. Let's do it. Boom. And we're like a power team. If in the case that he isn't very good, well, then we'll just, you know, keep reaching out or see the other people who've reached out. But I'm hopeful. Okay, let's fix this real quick. So I'm just going to add one frame later. And that should fix it. Yep. And then I'll share a little bit of like my thought process behind this, because I did finish this video off stream, right? So I finished the rest of these clips yesterday when I wasn't streaming. So I'll share my thoughts, because while I do always want to like share everything that I work on when we do it on as much as possible on stream, just sometimes you can't, you know. And then I wanted to end with one of these shots because like she just pulls off like the perfect badass look and feel, right? One, I had the camera pretty low angle and she's like looking in the opposite direction. So it's like that power pose kind of feel to it. And then I'm assuming I was lifting the camera slowly up, you know, panning it upwards as she was walking forwards. So you have a nice like mix of motions. And then maybe what I would like to have happen, and we can try to do this manually. We're going to try this manually. I think I don't mind having this like Nikon ZR show up here as like the empty, what do you call this? Just the outline. But maybe what happens is we do that, and then I have the actual bolded text fade in. But by the time this fades in, and we're not going to use a template, we'll just do it manually. When we have the text fade in, then we'll have the outline disappear, because right now when they're both on screen like this, it looks a little much. Okay, so I think we fixed all the zooming issues. Let's just test the syncing sound. Sync. Okay. So synchronization is fixed. Now, what else? Let me do a quick review then of like the structure. So the structure was first section, we've got the introduction to the chimpanzees. So as we kick off our opening trailer, the main subject, right, are the chimps. So the first 2 clips are to highlight the chimps. Next 2 clips is the second character of our story, which are the people. So then we see some of the caregivers in some nice cinematic mode. And so I gave it equal breathing space. First 2 clips, chimps. Next 2 clips, humans. And for the equal pacing. And then the third is also equidistant or equal pacing. So the next 2 clips were of nature. So we got the tide ebbing and flowing. Apologies, guys, because like I can feel congested in my throat. And I need to like blow my nose or something. I'm not sure what. Let me just clear my throat real quick. Oh, so frustrating. Okay. So yeah, we're introducing the third character to our story, which is nature. So we got chimps, humans, nature. And then from here, then we're doing some shorter clips, and these are some of the secondary extras of the story. So we got some random other animals that are on the island. So then here we, as the music kicks into the next beat, we're now doing some dramatic shots of the chimpanzees, all from the tunnel. So kind of maintaining the same background as well as the same colors, right? So these are all from similar vibe, similar location, similar timing. So they should all feel very warm and dark in tone and slightly dramatic, suspenseful. But then, after the quick transition of these quick 3 clips, dun 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 dun, and then here now we have a completely change in colors. So we're now hopping into a bit more brighter colors. We're away from the tunnel and now into the outdoors. And we're also now showing some mixed shots between the chimps and the people. So these are meant to be a bit brighter in contrast to the prior clips, and also showing a bit more, so positive vibes, the interactions, bonding, and then first it's showing an over the shoulder of the chimp, then an over the shoulder of the human before jumping back to the chimp, and then showing a nice moment here where you see the hand being outstretched by Billy, and then jumping into the next shot, which is of the hands actually touching. Different moments. I think this might even be, this is a different chimp, but at the very least I try to synchronize it to look like it's part of the same thing. And then we show finally a shot where the closeness of the bond, including how literally there's a trust between the chimp and the human. Then we have another kind of bond trust moment with the baby chimp and, touching hands. Another hands. So basically I wanted like the 3 transition shots to all feel like close-ups. So here, close-up of the hands, another close-up of the hands, just even closer. And then the last one, just a close-up of the hand, but like brushing the chimp from the back. And then we move to the next section here where I just wanted to show some nice chimp shots that I had. No real reason behind these 3. This one, just because I know this is one of the shots I really like. One of my favorite shots, really. So I wanted to show it somewhere. And it kind of made sense after these bonding moments because it is still very bright in color and tone. So somewhat more of a positive vibe. Then the next 2 are a little bit more muted and dramatic. And also based on the faces, like the facial expressions, it feels a little bit more animated. So it kind of goes with the music when these 2 kick in. And these 2 kind of looked similar in terms of the color grading because it's from the same location. So 2 animated moments, then hopping into close-ups. So I have these 3 close-up shots of the chimps, mostly focused on the eyes. Then I wanted some of the water shots. So then this section is like dedicated to a bunch of the water shots. So you have the chimp splash in the water. Then you have one like stretching its hand out. And then the same chimp from earlier, but now kind of striking a power pose, if you will. So it kind of looked nice on screen. Then another transitionary shots where this time now I'm introducing the baby chimp. So this is like dedicated to the baby chimp. So we got 3 shots of the baby chimps. And then the extended one where you see them kind of being more active, because now at this point the music has picked up, so the music is a bit more lively. So I didn't want just like a still shot, like close up of the eyes or whatever. I wanted like action shots. So then here I took a clip from one of the baby chimps swinging from the tree, one rushing forward with a crazy look on its face, and then 2 of them kind of fighting, the youngest with the older sibling, but they're still both young chimps. And then 3 more transition shots, and these are just like, again, somewhat random, but I was trying to pick some of the ones that I like the most in terms of like portraits. So this is a chimp named Aikuru, and then you have Easy with his face looking like that, and then a close-up. I forget which chimp this is, but beautiful eyes, close-up. And then the last section, I wanted to kind of tie it back to the people. So then we dedicated 3 shots showing the people that are, taking care of the island, followed by the transition shots, but these ones are now all showing human and chimps combined. And then we go to our final shot, which is the nice, like, bonding moment. So anyways, there you go. That's the full kind of thought process that I had when it came to picking the right clips. And this was not easy by any stretch, I will say, because I was going through like all of this, right? So these were all the clips that I had to go through. Just an insane amount. And from all of these clips, then I had to choose just like a handful of seconds or a handful of frames from the right ones that maybe feel like it's the right mood. So yeah, it was far from easy, which is, like that's kind of how I want it. I don't want things to be easy. Like I'm not trying to work on things that are easy. I want to work on the more challenging things. But this is also partially why I took care of this off stream, because I just need to be in the zone where I'm literally just going tediously through each clip and just trying to pick out several frames, and that required a level of concentration that I didn't want to like multitask on. But there we go. So we got it all. There's like not 1,000, but there's so many different variations of this trailer that I could have made using different clips, different moments, and all that. And I think it would have been even better, or at least as good. But this is what we chose. There was a thought process behind it, so I'm happy with it. Yeah. Okay, so I'm trying to think what I should work on next. The main thing is, the title? And then I was thinking, maybe. Let's see. Let's watch this.
I have to
again.
admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and...
One thing I was thinking is, like, should I actually burn in some subtitles, like in the center, right? Like where each word pops up in the center here. And like for the beginning section, I'm not sure how important it is, but I thought when I transition into this section, basically here. But then it feels weird to only add text on a key section. So what I was thinking is, when I jump back to this section, right before the trailer kicks in, I could have text pop up in the center, but like rapid text, where it's almost like 1 word per frame, like every word that I utter, it just shows 1 word at a time. So it'd be like...
So if you're like me, an aspiring
Right in the
filmmaker
center.
and solo run and gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you.
So that was one thought, is like, do I just burn in the text that shows up in the center there? I don't know. It seems like a lot of work and maybe not the payoff that I'm expecting. Plus, I would need to, again, it feels weird to only add the subtitle in just this section. I feel like if I add it, I might need to add it for the entire opening. So from the very beginning here, there should be that title that pops up in the center. And it would need to exist throughout everything, the montage. So yeah. And then there might be some text I do need to add regardless, like text overlay when I lift up the camera and I say a few lines about the features. I think, let me see.
Out their new Nikon ZR before launch to see if a camera at this...
So here, for instance, I say to see if a camera at this price point. So do I need to actually put in a price dollar figure text overlay here?
This price point with Pro Cinema feature.
And when I say with Pro Cinema features, should I actually have text overlay where it Kimbap. Let me go punish my cat. He tried to steal the food. When it comes to capturing the wild beauty of Uganda, your camera gear can make all the difference, especially during the intimate, chaotic moments of a gorilla or a chimpanzee trek. For those without DSLRs or mirrorless cameras, don't worry, you can still capture stunning photos and videos. Smartphones and action cameras these days, they work really well for the jungle treks, especially during the unpredictable close encounters you might have with the primates. I also use a mix of my Osmo Pocket 3, iPhone 15 Pro, the GoPro, Insta360 X4, and Go 3 to ensure that I never miss a shot. I usually travel with two cameras, my Nikon Z9 for my primary wildlife shots, and my Nikon Z6 III focused on capturing all my day-in-the-life travel moments. During gorilla treks, a 70-200mm f2.8 lens is my favorite for its focal range and incredible versatility, and it performs really well in low-light conditions within these dense forests. I've also had great success with an 85mm f1.2 lens for its exceptional low-light captures on these treks. For chimpanzee treks, all the same recommendations apply. The only difference is that some of my photographer clients, including myself, have used our 400mm f2.8 lens inside the jungle. If you can handle the weight, it does offer unmatched quality for these close-up portraits of chimps. I don't recommend it for the gorilla treks, given the larger size of the gorillas means it's harder to keep in frame. For jeep and boat safaris, a lens within a 300 to 400mm focal length is what I recommend. For me, I use my 400mm f2.8 lens. It allows you to capture faraway subjects while maintaining the best quality of your shot. Lastly, when it comes to photographing the people and culture of Uganda, shooting with the 400mm f2.8 or 85mm f1.2 is a luxury that's hard to beat. However, the 24-70mm and 70-200mm f2.8 are my favorites for producing high-quality portraits with best-in-class versatility. Alright, I had to show my cat who's boss. He successfully jumped up on the counter and stole all of the remaining food that was for Nala. That cheeky bastard, you know? This is why he's fat. I need to be more diligent. But I have no... okay, anyways. These are the struggles of being a cat dad, okay? Especially with one of them being as gluttonous as he is. Takes it after me, for sure, but still. Not an excuse. Okay. So yeah, I was saying, like, I think I need to add some text overlay here, maybe where I, like, actually showcase some of the key features. Like, here, for instance, when I say Pro Cinema features...
Price point with Pro Cinema features.
Maybe it's just, like, bullet points pop up, which is, like, you know, red raw, 6K red raw, 32-bit flow audio. Yeah, maybe I add those texts, I'm not sure.
Help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run-and-gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you.
So I think the timing there was perfect, and then, so that makes me feel like this timing is not perfect. Or, you know what, it could just be that thing that we fixed, which is that weird stutter Okay. All right, so then let's try to replace this text template that I used. Let's go to text. We just want a basic text. All right, let's choose the right font. And I need a font that's like essentially an outline font. So I don't know which font. The problem is some fonts have it, some don't. You know what I mean? Or maybe there's like an option for it. Let me see. No. Let me just see. What's the difference between text? Oh, okay. Let's use a text plus. Maybe that's what we need. Nikon ZR. Is it under shading? Is it under transform? Layout? Okay, maybe it's under shading. Oh yeah, here we go. White solid fill, red outline, black shadow, blue border. So if I enable this or disable, got it. I'm like stumbling on the right answer without knowing why. But I accept. Okay, so we wanted this effect. Let's just choose a different font. And as we all know, I'm not the best at understanding fonts or like appropriate usage of fonts, given I've used some poor choices in the past, supposedly. I mean, in my world, I think I chose the right one, but nobody else seems to agree with me, so. This Poppins one seems like pretty decent, right? It doesn't feel controversial. Let's try to change the thickness. .00. Nope. 0.002. This one seems okay, right? Yeah, you know what? I probably shouldn't overthink it. So right now we're leaning towards this Poppins one. But let's just also briefly look at some other options, just for shits and giggles. Righteous. This one looks clean as well, Roboto, but it's a little too thin, maybe. Yeah, we want a bit more on the thicker font. I like this one as well, Rubik. This one feels a bit funkier, or like a bit more modern. How does this compare? All right, for now I'm leaning towards this one. Let's keep looking. So now this one is called Rubik. Oh, good job, low base. You know, I was just having a thought about what I should do with the point system, because like unfortunately Streamlabs is not the easiest when it comes to resetting the points. Let's say if I want to reset the points every 1 week or every month, so then everyone starts with 0, and so it's like an even playing field each time. The problem is there is no easy way to do that in Streamlabs. You can reset the database, but then that resets all the data points. It deletes all the usernames essentially, so there's nothing. It doesn't like just reset the points. So then one thing that was unfortunate, because like in the first 2 months of the stream, or month and a half, I was also collecting from everyone how many watch hours that people have been watching my stream. So I thought that was a cool statistic, and it would have been nice if I didn't reset it. Technically, I have the numbers because I took some screenshots before I reset, but yeah, it resets everything. So also, I don't know how to take care. I need to figure out how to add some more EQ to this microphone, because I do find it annoying at times. I'll speak and then the S sound gets too sharp. And I know there are things that people have said, it's a little bit of like, I just need to place the microphone better, like better position it and things like that. But I think if I can just take care of it with an EQ setting or something, that'd be nice. Okay, you know what? I think this might be okay. So imagine we have this. And then we'll add we'll add a, I'm doing this wrong. So now, okay, so now we'll remove this broader one here. Wait, is this too large now? Maybe that's too large. Because basically what I want is this text also looks ugly. because I want this text to show up at the top. Nikon ZR. Nico, you said I have to study. I will join later if you're still live. If not, see you tomorrow. Thank you very much, Nico. Yes, if I see you, I'll see you. I'm planning to stream until I finish this product review opening, and then maybe stream a little after as well. But thank you very much, Nico, and I'll see you whenever I see you. Okay, so now I'm thinking maybe this text is way too large in terms of the height. So let's choose a different font. Because we need it to match. Because I kind of like this one. It's just that it looks a little too much when they're both combined. So I probably should mimic somewhat the size. We don't want it to be too big. So let's look at the height. I'm trying to match that. Something like this. Myanmar. Let's get a bit bolder font. This could be one. Okay, let's try this one. If we increase the size, what happens? Nope. Oh, you know what? What am I doing? I can just see what font did I choose for this one. Oh, these were Poppins. Interesting. Poppins bold. Okay, let's see if we can copy this then. So it looks like I like Poppins as a font. Let's try to match it. 0.3897. Bold and 0.3897. Tracking 1.2163. .38. Okay, something seems off, clearly. Wait, hold on. Okay, I was reading the wrong one. It says Poppins bold 0.437. Tracking. Wait, I feel like this is worse. Okay, that made it worse. Problem is, I think the word is spaced too much, so it kind of reads like it says NIK and then it says ON separately and then ZR. So I think mm, okay, you know what? I think I just don't have enough confidence in myself to get this done correctly. So what I'm thinking is maybe I don't mix it. Maybe we just do a single. Maybe keeping it simple is best. As in, forget I did that. Let's just do a normal title comes in. Yeah, I'm leaning towards just have a normal title coming in. It says Nikon ZR and a subtext maybe, like a product review, Nikon ZR. Let's just quickly see what titles I have to work with first. Because this is what I used before, right? So we used number 13. And I just removed all those like extra fluff. So we can do the same thing. Just use one where we don't have like that outline text. So if I did something like this would be like Nikon ZR on the left. Then on the right, maybe it says review. We can try this one. Let me see the others real quick. It's a little too punchy, probably. And it covers the screen too much. Like, it would block the chimp's face. So... Okay, let's try this one. This one just feels a little funky, but not in a crazy way. But it all depends, can we fit the text in properly? So let's imagine here, instead of beyond reach. Oh wait, does it split to both sides? Low base, you said lunch has arrived. Got a Chick-fil-A pretzel club sandwich. Wait, what? Chick-fil-A pretzel club sandwich. I've never heard of that. Which is the same as their regular club sandwich, except it's on a pretzel bread. Oh, I should just read the rest of what you said. I was gonna ask you, like, wait, what is a pretzel club sandwich? It's the same as a regular club sandwich, except it's on a pretzel bread. Yo, that sounds way too good. Damn. I've been away from the States for too long. What is this weird effect? Kimbap. Good boy. I think Kimbap's mad at me because I was yelling at him earlier for stealing his sister's food. But I thought I heard something, so I wanted to make sure it wasn't him throwing up. Okay, so I thought this style would be nice, but I didn't realize it's just mirroring some aspect of it in not a nice way. Yeah, so let's not use this one. Alright, I know what the answer is. Just go with the simple one. So basically you're watching me struggle as I normally do, overthinking things or trying to find something that's perfect, when in reality it's just like go with one. So I think I saw one earlier. Maybe this one. Okay, let's try this one. Let me just look through the last bits. Oh wait, no, I didn't see that it does that weird visual effect. Oh, I forgot. We have other options. Okay, hold on a second. Can these ones be better? Now, we've used this one in the past, right? In our Mongolia video. So I want to try to avoid it just to spice things up, you know? Not repeat ourselves. But I'm not looking for like an actual cinema title. I just want like something basic, but maybe with a bit more animation than the standard like fade effect that I usually play with. So even that was decent, the one we just looked at. Okay, what about this one? So this is cinematic title number 28. That's the one I'm leaning towards. Okay, I think we'll go with that one. 28. And basically, we'll just put Nikon Z9 and amateurs review. Now it feels a little bit weird in terms of the title size, and also it's a bit blurry, but that could just be, let me see. If I go back to full quality. Okay, there we go, yeah. I feel like the, because right now when I look at this, it doesn't look like they're centered properly, right? I think that's just because the size of the font above, maybe? Okay, you know what? This is good enough. Good enough is all we need. Nobody else is going to care this much. Watch, I say that, and then it's like there's some person who watches my video and goes like, you know what? I was going to watch the rest of your video, but then I saw your title sequence there and it wasn't good enough. I'm going to stop watching. So minus that person, whoever that is, hopefully everyone else will enjoy this. Why does it do that? Okay, now the other issue I'm running into is the animation was way too slow. Okay, hear me out. Okay, what if we use this one? We've used this before, but really I just want to keep that simple animation style and the title pops in without it just being like a normal fade effect. It's a fade effect, but it's kind of like zooming in a bit. But then I want to get rid of this, all these extra settings here. How can I do that? Text patch? I guess I can just... Okay, did I just take care of it? As far as I can tell, yes. Okay, so then we got Nikon Z9, and then let's just increase the size of it. Use a different font. I think I'm like traumatized that I'm gonna choose the wrong font. Do 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 do. Dun dun. Okay. I just need like a bolder A bolder font. That might be too much. And then just underneath it, we'll just have like one sub caption, whatever, subtitle. Okay, this one looks good. Oh, we'll go with this one. Okay. So let's add one text underneath. Oh wait, no, we don't want this. We just want a simple, just a basic text now. And then this one we're gonna place just below. Whoops. An amateur's review. Then this one, let's choose hopefully a more light-hearted font or something informal. I'm not sure, because we're kind of leaning into it, right? I am calling myself the amateur here, so. And then let's also try doing an amateur's view. It might be better. Yeah, we might just do all caps. Let's try this. Let's try. I really want to use one of these handwriting style fonts. It's been a while since I've been able to even consider it. Come on, give me a good one. And I'm not gonna lie, all I'm thinking about right now is Chick-fil-A. It's been a while since I've personally had Chick-fil-A, but now it's like, it's what's on my mind. It's like, ooh, should I get like a chicken sandwich or something? The Romantica. This one looks not bad. But let's see. An amateur. Oof, that looks crazy. Oh wait, why did I say amateur's view? I meant review. My bad. An amateur's review. And we're gonna be on this line, or we're gonna be on the screen for a little bit. So I don't think it's as big of a problem if it's not as legible. Like if it requires a couple seconds for someone to read it because it's like a handwriting style or something. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world because we will be on the screen for like, I think what, maybe a couple seconds, 2-3 seconds. So I just want to choose something that kind of fits with an amateur's view, right? But not too goofy. So this one's maybe a little too goofy, right? So we don't want to go like full Comic Sans up on this place, but we want to brush up against it.
Everything you just watched.
It's not bad. Okay, you know what? I think that's good enough. That's the word of the day, okay? No, sorry, the phrase of the day. We're aiming for good enough. I think we strive too often for like perfectionism or perfecting everything, but it's not always the right answer. So, okay.
Everything you just watched.
And then I'm thinking maybe I want to extend the titles.
Everything you just watched was shot. Everything you just watched was.
Okay, yeah, something like this. So we'll let the title stay on and then disappear. Okay, there we go. I think we're in a good spot. So now, I think we got the visuals. Okay, I need to add maybe like the obligatory thing I need to put in there that this is shot on a pre-production unit. So let's see. Dun, dun, dun. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. I have it where? Here, I think. A Yobel Prize film shot on Nikon ZR. Yeah. Do we want to keep both of these? I'm not sure. Here, let's bring both over. In V, track number 3.
This review are for you.
Oh, I'm missing something.
This review are for you.
Okay, for this one, I think maybe we don't need to put this Yobel Prize film thing. It's a nice touch. It looks like, it makes it feel like an actual film, which is kind of nice. I'm not gonna lie. But the more important thing is we just got to put in here that this is shot on the Nikon ZR. And then let's just synchronize it better. Maybe... let's try that. What's
Good
up?
Monday freaking morning, you beautiful people.
What's up, Brandon? What's up, BC? That reminds me, let's go ahead and change the TTS. Amber, could you choose a new TTS for us? A TTS monster voice? Also, Brandon.
Sure thing. Let's pick a fresh one. How about we go with the Geralt voice this time for a bit of a Witcher vibe? Let me know if that works for you, or if you want to.
We used Geralt already, Geralt or whatever. Can we use a different one? You keep using ones that we've used in the past. Whatever you're about to tell me next, I want you to do the opposite of it, because I believe there's something wrong in your code, because you're constantly repeating the same list of ones that we've done in the past. So every time you're about to choose one, for the next 2 attempts, don't choose it and then end up doing something random from that.
Ah, got it. All right, let's flip the logic here then. Instead of going with any of the familiar voices, I'll just pick something totally random that I know we haven't used yet. How about we try something like the gnome voice? That should be a new one and a bit of fun. Let's go with that.
Okay. BC, I was just, before I started the stream, I went to go see if I needed to reset all the points. However, it's a lot of work, because it looks like unless I hit the button that says reset the leaderboard, which does the thing that I didn't want it to do last time, where it reset everything, right? It basically just deleted everyone's username from the leaderboard. Unless I go manually into each user and swap it to 0 points, there is no easy way to reset. So what I was thinking is we might have to just let it play. I might just let it play out, right? Which means I owe you about 70,000 points, but I couldn't see your name in the leaderboard. So I was just going to wait until you come in the chat, and then I don't know if maybe your name will pop back into the leaderboard. So I will bestow upon you the 70,000 that you had earned before. Maybe I'll apply a little interest, because it's been about a month or so, whatever, 2 to 3 weeks. But yes, I will provide you back your points. I don't know what that means in terms of how we do our leaderboard going forward. I'm not sure, but I can't figure it out right now. Okay. Okay, let me change the voice. There's something called gnome. Gnome. Have we used the gnome voice before? I'm not sure. Let me reset my OBS or the TTS. Where are you? Where is TTS? There you are. Okay, I think we're good now. And then, BC, let's go ahead and add you 70,000 if I can find your name in the freaking thing. I think I'm going to say that I should be excluded from the monthly then, as no one will ever catch me unless I lose it all. Maybe it's one of those, like, I don't know. There's an answer there, and I'm currently not smart enough to figure it out. But I think because BC, because you have 0 points, I don't know if you're showing up in the actual yeah. So give it a moment, BC. I think you have to be in the chat for a little bit longer, and then your name should pop back in. So earn yourself a few points first, and then we should be good. Because your name doesn't even pop up in my freaking thing. Anyways, though, welcome back, and we have made some progress here. So I believe I've essentially finished. I'm like 90% done with the product review opening trailer, and then the remaining piece I've handed it off to a YouTube editor. So we're basically in waiting mode. He said he'll respond to me tomorrow. So yeah, he's had it for the past day, since today, and I'm basically gauging how many hours will it take this editor to work on this, and that will help me determine if if this person is someone I can work with long term, just in terms of speed, efficiency, all that kind of stuff, and obviously the quality of his work. But let me show you the opening trailer, because I put a lot of thought into it, and I think it's almost there. I just need to change up a little bit of the text and stuff like that. How was your weekend, you're asking me? I don't have weekends anymore. I just work every day. So in that sense, every day is good for me. So I appreciate you asking. Hopefully you had a good weekend. Let me play this video version here. So this is our opening trailer. 90% complete. We're just fixing up a few issues and changing the title, text, and all that.
I have to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short-form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch, to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run-and-gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you. I have to admit something.
Oh, don't repeat yourself. But yeah, that's like that is the main thing. So we've made just some subtle changes. I think I lifted the audio a little bit. There's a few things there in the soundtrack with the sound effects that it's not like perfect, but it's acceptable. Maybe I need to add a bit of text here when I talk about, like, you know, hey, this camera at this price point, which I don't really mention anywhere in the video. But so maybe I need to add a little text overlay that says like USD $2,200, or when I say like with these pro cinema features. So then here maybe I need to add a bunch of text that shows the pro features. Potentially, I haven't decided yet if I need to do that or not. Otherwise, we keep it clean. Then here I just added like an obligatory. I say obligatory, but I kind of want to keep where I show like this was shot on the Nikon ZR, and then I just need to add in that it's a pre-production unit. So we added some text there. And then, oh yeah, we can delete this. And then at the very end, when we just say like, you know, the title. So I just changed it up. The other one was okay, but not the best. And yeah, it says Nikon Z9. Oh, wait, what am I doing? It's not the Z9. It's the freaking ZR. Christ. I'm just used to doing Z9 more often. There we go. Nikon ZR and Amateur's Review. Yeah. And then, you know, it'll bleed off towards the end into the next section. But then, yeah, there we go. So that is, generally speaking, what we've got so far. And then we have the skeleton, which I haven't really changed. So it's all there. And like I said, I've exported all of this and I'm providing it to the video editor. So that should mean that the work for the editor is much more manageable to do fast, because like I'm like giving the editor all of this already. And there's like, I don't need the editor to review a bunch of takes that I've made of myself talking. It's like, no, I've already done that. I've already selected the key parts to keep. You just need to slap on a bunch of the most effective B-rolls on top when it's appropriate. And I've given all the B-roll footages as well. So it's more just kind of like syncing up the right shots on top of my skeleton here. And then using some nice visual effects or transition, stuff like that. So I feel like it's in a good spot. I think it's there. Okay, BC, you have is it too late to join this heist? Let's just join heist 62. Today's the 62nd day. That's the other good thing about today. And then thirdly, just because I'm noticing it right now, I want to see, can I get rid of that S sound? S from the microphone. So if I go to my OBS, what do? I click on this, go to filters. So I have these little filters here. Which one is to remove S sound? Is it noise suppression, gain, compressor, limiter? Amber, quickly, I need your help with updating my microphone settings, the filters, in OBS. So I'm using my RE20. However, I am hearing a sharp S sound every time I say words with S. Which of my audio filters will allow me to hopefully reduce the sharpness of the S? A de-esser, if you will.
Absolutely, I've got you. So in OBS, the filter you're looking for is indeed called a deesser. It's specifically designed to reduce that sharp S sound or sibilant. So if you add a deesser filter to your RE20 mic in OBS, you can tweak it to soften those sibilant frequencies. That should help smooth things out for you.
It should if that option existed, but you're lying to me or you're mistaken. I don't see an option that's called de-esser. I've just got simple EQ, noise suppression, gain, compressor, limiter, 3-band equalizer, expander, gain, I said already, invert polarity, noise gate, noise suppression, I've said already, upward compressor, and VST 2.x plugin.
Got it. No worries at all. So in that case, you want to use the VST 2.x plugin option. Basically, you can add a de-esser by using a VST plugin that's specifically for de-essing. There are free de-esser VST plugins out there you can download and then load into OBS. Once you've got that, it'll show up in that VST list and you can adjust it to tame those sibilant sounds. That should do the trick.
Wait, so you're saying it's so easy, but you didn't give me any options. So you're saying if I use that one, I need to download some de-esser program that works with OBS and all that? Can you give me an actual recommendation?
Absolutely. I can give you a direct recommendation. So yes, you'll just need to grab a de-esser VST. A really popular free one is the de-esser by Techovation. You can download that and then you just load it into OBS using the VST 2.x plugin filter.
Hold on, how do you spell this?
Sure, it's spelled TDESSER. So just like T and then de-esser all together. You can search for de-esser by Techovation and you should find it easily. Once you download it, just pop it into OBS and you'll be good to go.
Is this free?
Yep, it's totally free. The TDSer plugin by Techimation doesn't cost anything, so you can just download it and add into OBS without any extra expense.
And if I'm live streaming right now and I'm using OBS, will I, once I download this thing, would it automatically show up, or does that mean I have to like reset my OBS
So once you
or
download
restart?
Exactly, just a quick restart. So after you install the dehancer, you'll need to restart OBS to make sure it shows up in the VST list. Once you do that, you can add it to your mic filter and you'll be all set. So just a little restart and you'll be good to go.
Okay, so it looks like I'll take care of this after the stream. All right, BC, let me see if your name pops up finally in our Where art thou? There you are. Okay. So you got 8 PPs, but we're about to make it 70,008. Okay. So this way it's a bit fair, right? You did lose all of your PPs recently. So you are technically at 8, but we're going to throw in that 70,000. So we're going to assume at one point when you said gamble all, it would have taken you to 0 anyways. So, okay. Now, the sad thing is I don't know how to update the hours of people who've watched, which is sad because I have it, you know, I took a screenshot, so I know everyone's numbers prior to me resetting it, but I can't actually change that number, it looks like. Oh, wait, no, I can. No, I can. Interesting. Okay, now the question is how much free time do I have to like go ahead and put in the right number? And the answer is probably close to 0. But at least BC, since you're here, let me go ahead and change it for you. So where do I go? I go to my leaderboards, BC. 39.83. 39.83. Okay, I can't do quick maths here. Let's ask. Amber, if I'm using the unit of hours, I have 39.83 hours plus 7.5 hours. What does that give me in terms of the number of hours watched?
Sure, if you just add those two together, 39.83 hours plus 7.5 hours comes out to 47.33 hours in total. So that's your total hours watched.
Can you tell me that in minutes?
Absolutely. So if you convert 47.33 hours into minutes, you just multiply it by 60. That gives you about 2,839.8 minutes. So roughly 2,840 minutes of watch time.
Did you say 2,839 minutes? You cut out there.
Yes, exactly. It's about 2,839.8 minutes in total. So just a little under 2,840 minutes.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Okay, BC, I have updated your numbers for you. So you are up to 70,000 beautiful PPs. And you have been watching, at least according to Streamlabs, 47 hours. I appreciate that. Okay, so video is almost there. Anything else I need to change? I think, sorry, not this section, this section. So we have the text, title. We changed the sound effects to be a little bit louder.
I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short-form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch, to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run and gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you.
I feel like these three are synchronized perfectly. But then the ones prior, I feel like maybe I need to adjust it. And the other thought is, do I want to lift the letterboxing? Oof, that looked really bad. Okay, never mind. I think it looked really bad when I did that. Okay. I feel like that's in a good spot. So then one other thing I want to do is I want to work on the kind of the vertical version of the same thing. Which generally speaking means I just literally flip it into vertical, or like it crops in vertical as you see here. And I did spend some time off stream just kind of fixing a few of them, but let me just see how it looks and then see what we need to change.
I have to admit something.
Oh yeah, let's get the audio in there.
I have to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch, to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run and gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you.
It's not bad, right? Maybe this one I just need to shift it a bit. Let's hope that works. I think so. You. maybe. There might be, oh, wrong one. Might be a better angle somewhere. Maybe here? Okay, and then this one, same thing. Let's just find if there's a better angle. Maybe here. Okay, let's watch that again. And then what I'm thinking is like this vertical version, we can use this as like a YouTube short, right? And then just turn it into a little bit of a preview or a promo for the ad. But this one, I think let's shift it a little bit more to the left. Not centered, but maybe just like slightly to the left. All right, let's try again.
Everything you just watched was shot.
Yes, it was shot. Okay, I think we're in a good spot with this. So, let me think about where we are. Let's assume... I'm just going to talk out loud because I'm trying to figure out what my key steps are. Let's assume I have done this all perfectly and we're ready to go. So then there's nothing I need to do for the opening. We leave it as is. The editor then will work on applying the B-rolls at the key points here across this video. We've already applied all of the key shots for some of the sections, just essentially the A-rolls here. And then I'll just need to review whatever the editor does. And then one thing I might need to do... Let me go to clips. I might need to add this at the end. I'm not sure. Let's see. Okay, maybe I'll add that. It's a nice little like Nikon thing that I was given access to. Okay, so then let's say, okay, here's my happy path. Let's say the editor is fantastic. We have a good working flow. What would I want next? Let's say, okay, well, this video is done, boom. And I need to quickly make some vertical versions of this. So then one, hopefully the editor knows how to quickly just make some, you know, short form vertical version that I can post on shorts and stuff like that. Then it's like also, hey, what if I gave you complete access to a bunch of my color graded footages? Let me see what I can find. Let's say if I gave access to like all of these clips that I already have, could the editor turn some of this into nice like YouTube shorts, right? Just standalone shorts and stuff like that. That'd be one question. And that's one thing maybe you could do. Some other things I want to do is I want to turn a bunch of these clips into like an extended version. Actually, should we do that now? Hold on, let me think. Because I want to get back to Mongolia, but also since we have all of this, should I take all of these clips, slow motion everything, and turn it into a long video that might end up, honestly, might be like 1 to 2 hours long, depending on how much slow motion is involved. And just make a single video similar to the YouTube videos I already have on my channel, where it's like wildlife in slow motion, 4K cinema. Technically, I can also do wildlife in 6K, but I don't think YouTube captures that quality right now. Anyways, let's ask. Hey Amber, if I have a bunch of 6K footages of wildlife that I captured, and if I want to post it on YouTube, as I've done in the past, where I'll do like, well, I've done it with 4K, right? So I'll show like 4K wildlife cinematic video where I put in some relaxing background music and then just have extended slow motion scenes that I captured in 4K. I believe YouTube only captures up to 4K, but then occasionally I'll see people post on YouTube like a video that's like shot at 8K or whatever. Is that just a shtick or like some kind of gimmick thing that they're doing? Or is there any value to posting content on YouTube and in its 6K original quality?
Yeah, absolutely. So here's the deal. YouTube can actually handle resolutions above 4K. It does support 5K, 6K, and even 8K uploads. So when you see those 8K or 6K videos, they're not just a gimmick. There is a bit of real value there. One benefit is that YouTube will offer higher bitrate and potentially better compression quantity for viewers, even if they're watching at 4K or lower resolutions. It can just look a little crisper because YouTube has more data to work with. Also, future proofing is a thing. Down the line, more people might have 6K or 8K screens, and your content will already be available in that higher resolution. So in short, if you want to upload in 6K, it can give a little quality boost and a bit of future proofing. It's not just a gimmick.
Okay, so then let's say if I upload my video at 6K quality, is there anything specifically I need to do with the actual exported file? Like, do I keep it as a ProRes 444, or do I have to switch it to an MP4 H.265, or tell me exactly what I would need to export this at so that I can upload it into YouTube at the best, most efficient, non-compressed or whatever. What's best format settings?
Absolutely. Let's get you set up with that. So for YouTube, the best balance is typically to go with something like an MP4 container using the H.264 codec. That's kind of the sweet spot because it's widely supported and it's pretty efficient for uploading and processing on YouTube Vin. Now, you can totally start with a high quality master file. Like if you have ProRes 4444 that you edited in, that's fine for your archival version. But for the actual upload, you'll want to export a 6K MP4 using a high bit rate, like around 85,000 kilobits per second or even higher if you want to really maintain that quality. Basically, you just want to keep it in H.264, or if you prefer even more efficiency, H.265 is fine as well. And that'll give you the best balance of quality and a smooth upload to YouTube.
Okay, so if I export at MP4, H.265, and then in terms of the bit rate, if I keep it at what? If I do like 100,000, is that fine? Or is there like a recommended amount for a 6K quality video?
Yeah, you're definitely on the right track. If you're going with H.265 and you set it around 100,000 kilobits per second, that's a really solid choice for a 6K video. It's going to give a really good quality without going overboard, and H.265 is a bit more efficient than H.264, so that's totally fine. Around 100,000 is a good ballpark. If you want to go a bit lower, you can, but that should give you a nice balance of really high quality and a reasonable file size for YouTube to process.
Wait, you said kilobits, is that right? Am I mistaken? Is it? Oh, okay, so it's kilobits, that's how I say it. It's not kilobytes. Kilobits per second is the accurate term if we want to talk about the bit rate.
Yep, you've got it exactly right. When we're talking about video bit rates, we usually say kilobits per second or kbps. So yeah, you're totally correct. It's kilobits per second, not kilobytes, and that's the standard way we talk about video bit
Okay,
rates.
while I have you here then, let's say when I export, there's a few options on DaVinci, and if you can just tell me real quick, do I want to check the boxes that says use hardware acceleration if available, and then there's another one that's for network optimization. Should I have those turned on or off?
Your thing. So generally, yes, you'd want to turn on use hardware acceleration if available. That just helps your computer use its GPU or whatever hardware it has to make the export a bit faster and more efficient. So that's usually a good one to leave on. As for network optimization, that's typically more useful if you're exporting something that you're going to stream directly or upload right away and you want to keep the file as optimized as possible for networks. It's not strictly necessary, but it doesn't hurt anything. So you can turn it on as well if you want to. In short, hardware acceleration is definitely a yes, and network optimization is kind of optional, but can be a nice extra.
And then we have encoding profile set to main. There's a few options. There's main 10, and main 42210. Which one of those should I turn on? And do I want to choose the option? There's a checkbox underneath for multi-pass encode. What do I do?
Sure, so let's break that down. For the encoding profile, if you're just going for a good high quality YouTube upload, the main profile is usually totally fine. The main 10 and main 42210 profiles are typically for higher bit depth and more color information, which is great if you really need that. But for standard YouTube delivery, the main profile is generally the easiest and most compatible. Now, for the multi-pass encode option, that one can help improve quality a bit by analyzing the video in multiple passes. It does take longer to export, but you get a bit more efficiency and potentially a little more quality. So if you have the time, go ahead and turn on multi-pass encoding. If you want it a little faster, you can leave it off. But main profile and multi-pass on if you want a bit of extra quality.
Now, I do want really nice quality, right? Because this is going to be a 6K resolution video that I post to YouTube. So now if I am posting to YouTube, obviously if someone is wanting to watch this at 6K, I'm assuming they're going to watch it on a big screen or something. If I use main 10 or main 42210, does it make a noticeable difference on the screen, or does it just end up being a larger file size but not noticeable versus using the option that's called main?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So in most typical viewing scenarios, especially on YouTube, the difference between using something like main and main 10 or main 42210 is probably going to be pretty minimal. The main 10 or main 42210 profiles do handle higher bit depth and more color information, which is great in a professional post-production environment. But once it's on YouTube, the compression and the way YouTube processes the video often kind of flattens those differences out. So it might not be very noticeable for the average viewer. In other words, you can definitely go with main 10 if you want that extra peace of mind or if you feel like you want that extra bit of color fidelity. But for most viewers, it's not going to be a huge difference. The main profile is usually more than enough, and it will keep your file size a bit more manageable. So it's really up to you, but generally main is a solid choice.
Okay, and then for the advanced settings, I believe when it says data levels, should it be on auto? Should I put it to full? And then should I check on the box that says retain sub black and super white data?
Sure, let's dive into that. For the data level setting, leaving it on auto is usually the safest and most straightforward option. It lets DaVinci Resolve determine the correct range based on the footage and the export format, and that usually works well for you too. You are doing something super specialized, you might choose full to make sure you're using the entire data range, but for YouTube delivery, auto is usually just fine. For the retain sub black and super white data option, it doesn't hurt to have it on. It just means that any details and those extreme shadowing and highlights may be preserved a bit better. So be sure to keep it on auto for data levels and go ahead and check that box. That should work out well for your 6K upload.
Okay, so I think we'll work on that next, since we're already on this topic, and we do want to not to say this in a we kind of want to flood YouTube with our Nikon ZR related content, because we got to make use of every advantage that we've got, and as a small YouTuber, I need to milk, if you will. I need to milk the fact that we have wonderful footage captured with the ZR before the public has posted theirs. So the more I can share on YouTube quickly, hopefully, the more I can share on YouTube of like, you know, some of the best shots that I've taken with the ZR, the better, right? Because then fewer competition in terms of others who are posting this similar type of content. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. So like, let's say if I wait, if I move back to editing my Mongolia video, for example, and not work on this, that's probably a foolish thing for me to do, because we are sitting on some really high quality footage that, yeah, that we should probably post as soon as possible. So this is what we're going to work on next. And here's the beauty of having a freaking YouTube editor. And this is, again, another reason why I need one is now let's say like, right, we're living in the example I was talking about, because we can now hand off the rest of this making of this product review video to the editor, while now I can start working on project number 2. So yeah. Okay, so how do I want to start on project number 2? Let me just look at my files real quick. I think I've written down. Okay, the main thing is I want to keep this at 6K quality. So it's 6048 by 3402. And let's go to project timeline. So let's create a new timeline here. We'll call it 6K. 6K 24p. Chimps cinema slowed. Okay, that's as good as my creativity will get right now. Basically, this is going to be our new timeline where I'm going to slap in every slow motion, every shot I have of the chimps into this thing. Now, we do have some shot at 4K 120. So here's what I'm going to do. Either we don't use the 4K 120 shots in the video, because we want to keep this, we're going to title it, we're going to keep it at 6K wildlife shots, right, of chimpanzees. So either we won't use the 4K, or we'll upscale it to 6K. I have the tool called Topaz, which we can use to then upscale it. So that's one option, or two options. Don't use it, or we use it at upscaled. I don't think I have too many 4K shots, but we'll see. We'll see. So let's switch this to, what is the native 6K? Do they have one? Nope. Good thing I wrote it down. So we'll go to custom. It is 6048 by 3402. We'll make this 23.976. We'll monitor it at 4K. Okay, so we got our project timeline. Let's drag this over towards the front. And I have too many timelines open, so I think we should start deleting some things. Let's see which ones we haven't used. So we haven't used this one. Let's close that. We didn't use this one. Let's close that. (24pl) landscape. Okay, so let's get rid of that for now. We have our final, which is getting outdated. 24p. Okay, here we go. So I don't think we'll use any of these anyways. We want the 6K and the 4K 120 to review. So there's this is 4K 120. We got 4K 6K 30. Anything from here? Nope. This one for sure. 6K 60. Let's get rid of these. Let's get rid of this. Basically, we only want any of the project timelines where I have shots taken with the ZR, which are not these ones. These are the behind the scenes stuff. Okay. So it's really these two files that we need to go through. Okay, now let's see here. We gotta figure out which of these to drag up. So I think I'm just gonna stick to any shots of just the wildlife, so nothing with the people in it. So shot like this, which I'm not gonna carry over this one because we have a better version. We have, because we already edited. Now this is where if I was a bit more organized, this would be an easier task for me. But the problem is I edited some of these footages in some timelines, some in others. But at least this one I do recognize that we've edited before. So let me grab this one. Let's put it into our new timeline here. And then since we're already on this one, let's fix a few things. And then I don't think we're going to need any audio because I think the point of this one is we're going to put the cinematic music track anyways. Okay, so let's call this one of the first ones we'll look at. Let's fix the stabilization. And then we'll slow this down. And I think we're gonna turn off some of the film stuff. Or like the halation at the very least. Okay. So we'll take this guy. We'll do it in a more batched way going forward, but since this one is like in particular, I know that I edited it in a separate timeline. I might as well just work on it now. This is 6K 60, so we'll drop this to 40% speed. So this is what it'll look like, right? So when we make our nice little YouTube video, it's going to do a montage of all of these moments that I have of the chimpanzees in 6K quality and slow motion. So then in the background, it will just pick a bunch of like relaxing music, soft ambient sounds. And this becomes what's played on the big screen. And the only thing I might do, I don't know, it might be unnecessary, I'm not sure. I might put at the corner of each of these clips, maybe I'll put some of the key details. Like I might say 6K 60 frames, red raw codec, ISO, whatever this is, right? I do have all that details. So I could put that there, but that obviously adds a bit more time for me to have to look up the information for each one, and it might be overkill. So okay. I just want to look at this at like the full resolution. Because it was looking soft, but I think that's just because I had the playback resolution at a quarter quality. Okay, I like it. All right, we're gonna do this then. So let's start dragging. I'm gonna drag them up, all the potential clips. So like this one. And we don't want the audio, but yeah. Of course, this one. This one could be flipped into landscape if needed, but yeah, you know what? Just in case, we'll bring this up. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, I think we'll do the close-up as well. So yeah, I think I'm brainstorming here, but I think I'll stick to just the footages of the chimps, not anything that has like chimp and humans. Even though, I mean, it's like these are rescue chimps, right? So we're not like trying to pretend like these are purely wild. Like, you know, I'll be describing these as like the chimps from the sanctuary. But I think I still prefer like if we just stick to a, not like a single theme almost, but yeah, kind of like we just want chimps on screen. So it's like pure wild. And then I don't know. Well, I mean, I do know, but not. Oh, let me think. Because we have all these shots, obviously. Yeah, of course. Okay, what am I talking about? Of course, we need to show it. I was just having internal battle. Like, should this be a separate video of just like these chimp tunnel shots, or do we just put it into the same video? We'll put it in the same video. There's always a chance we can always separate it out, but this one, unfortunately, I think the quality was not the best. I think I overexposed it, but we'll carry it forward and then take care of it later. It is kind of crazy to think about, like, how much did I capture in 3 days? Imagine if I was able to stay here for like a month. No, maybe that's too much. If I was able to stay here for like a full week. Insane. All right. I think we'll stick to just the chimps. It'll just be simpler for me to describe the video. If I throw in a bunch of like occasional moments of the other animals I saw, one, I don't have enough to like balance it out, so it's still going to be like 90% chimps. So I think throwing in some of the other birds or whatever probably just, you know, breaks from some, just makes it feel awkwardly placed. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, this is gonna be like, I think if I slow down all these clips, I think chances are, will I end up with like, I'm gonna guess 2.5 hours worth of content. I think that's like a reasonable guess. And I could be off by a lot. It could end up being like 4 hours long, or it could be like an hour and a half. So let's go 2.5 hours. Once I slow all of this down into a 24 frames per second video, my guess, I predict I will have 2.5 hours worth of content. And if I'm wrong drastically, my guess is going to be I'm drastically wrong in that I underestimated the length, and it might end up being much longer. We're going to find out in a second. Once I grab all these potential clips. It's like every time I think I'm done, there's more. Wait, there's more. Oh man, the more I keep finding more clips, I think I might be off by a lot. And that's not a bad thing. I'd rather there's more than less. So I think my 2.5 hour prediction is going to be a bit laughable once we actually check. Okay, there's only a little bit of that that's usable, I think. So we're not going to keep any of that. BC, oh man, you're already, didn't I give you 70,000? You're under 70,000 already? Hey, listen, at least you're close to 69. I'll do a heist as well. 62. All right, we're going to crop out the human. Oh yeah, I didn't get to use this clip at all. I think this is one of my, it's one of my favorite shots because, like, if I could describe the kind of green color that I like the most, at least when it comes to like, you know, my wildlife shots, photos, videos, I feel like this kind of green is it. So it's like a very dark, slightly, yeah, I honestly, I wouldn't know how to explain it or describe it. It's literally just by showing this footage. To me, I like this look the most, where it's kind of like a damp, rich colors to it. And it was because it like just rained. So the colors were after there's a lot of waterfall. It made everything feel wetter, I guess, but still kind of dark. But yeah, this is like my favorite, so. I didn't get to add it into in our opening yet, so we'll definitely have to show it here. Man, I'm gonna be off by quite a bit. Dun, dun. And we're still on the 6K timeline, so we have all the 4K footage to go through as well. Alright, these ones though, I don't think I'll show. Then it just feels too much like you're taking shots of chimps in a cage, which is not true. So I think the tunnel walk, we want to use those footages. These kind of footages, maybe we will not. So these kind of shots. So like this part, maybe. For sure this one. Oh my god. We've captured so much. Yeah, in hindsight, I'm really happy. I did take a bit of a risk. Okay, so these are one of those risks that obviously, in my opinion, has paid off. But it was kind of risky when I was like, okay, where do I travel? Where can I go that will hopefully tell a good story, capture the quality of this new camera, right? And doing it in a very cinematic way. And so the gamble was like, I'd never been to this sanctuary before. I'd never been to this island, etc., etc. And so there was a thought process where it's like, okay, whatever you see online about the sanctuary, it's like there's not enough details there. I didn't really have a good picture of like what can I capture, and it wasn't super clear to me what I would have access to in terms of like how close can we get to the chimpanzees, what times, when, what are the activities. So it wasn't like fully laid out, and there wasn't enough time for me to get that kind of clarity. Literally everything felt very last minute, in terms of just like corresponding with the right individuals, try to see if availabilities are there and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it was I was a bit nervous the whole way until I basically got to the island and finally got to walk around, like do a little bit of an inspection and get some clarity from the people, the staff there about like, what exactly can I capture? What's the, yeah, what are we going to see? Because obviously if it turns out like all the shots that I can get of the chimps were only from like this raised platform. So usually if you're a tourist, if you come to the island, you can climb up some steps and go to this raised platform, which gives you a nice view over the fence, where when the caregivers will toss food over into the, into where the chimps are, then yeah, you get a nice view. But obviously when you think of it from a photography, from a cinematography point of view, those kind of overhead shots, one, it's just like, it's the worst, right? You want these kind of eye level shots, kind of like this, right? But where you're eye to eye with the subject and all that. And then two, it's very far away, right? You're just capturing from an upward pointing downward angle from a distance. So it's like, oh man, if I basically only have the same access as like those tourists do on the platform, we're not gonna get a lot of good footages. But thankfully, as part of what I was able to negotiate with them, and just like in terms of the expectations, we were able to capture these kind of like eye level shots. So, and then yeah, the other thing was like, okay, yeah, what can I film of the caregivers as well? What do they do on a day-to-day basis and all that? So no ideas, just some inklings and some like, trust me bro kind of confirmations, but not like an actual like, ooh, what exactly can I capture? So it has paid off. We did get a number of these like really cool shots. And these are like shots that, you know, I've done a number of these chimp treks and gorilla treks now, you know, in the past 2 years, 2.5 years. And these are the kinds of shots you hope for. You pray for these kind of shots when you're on the trek, right? When you're on a chimpanzee trek, you're hoping for these kind of, you know, close up, eye level shots. And it's not always guaranteed, right? Because you're going to be thick in the jungle or the forest vibes, and there are bushes, and they might be up in the trees, and you know, they might not be rushing around on the ground near you. It's just a lot of unknowns. So here we ended up getting so many of them because obviously these chimps are very habituated. They're used to the human presence. They're used to where we were standing and knowing that you know, there's nothing untowards to them. So yeah, very, very happy with this. Now, of course, nothing beats getting real footage out in the wild, right? So as much as I enjoyed this, and we did end up getting some really crazy close-ups that are just almost impossible to get in the true wild. Yeah, I still obviously prefer like actually going into the jungle and in the more unpredictable environments. But when you get a shot, you just feel that much more in tune with like, I got this shot while in their presence, like in their territory. And there's something really cool about that. I think if you ask any wildlife photographer, I don't know the best words to describe it, but it is that feeling that you're capturing a moment in their world. Like you are stepping in and you're like the fly in their, you know, in that perspective. And you get to, yeah, like a fly in the wall, you get to capture this moment that feels like you are the alien creeping in. Okay, so we have all of the 6K shots now. So let me go ahead and grab all this. Dun, dun. Okay, so I think I'm going to be wildly off with my prediction. I predicted maybe once I slow all these footages down, we should have about two and a half hours worth of content. But I'm thinking now that we might end up with like hours and hours worth, which is not a bad thing. I don't mind putting together like a 5-hour video. Imagine if it's like a 5-hour slowed down wildlife shots in 6K with, you know, relaxing background music. The longer the better, right? Because some people, they just want like a super long video that they don't have to keep changing the channel or changing the videos. Just let it play out, set it and forget it. Or some people, maybe like me, sometimes I want to put on a long video that I can fall asleep to and not worry about it ending too soon and then jumping to some crazy loud video or something that's not part of what I want. Hence why it's like either I want to play from a playlist or, yeah, give me like a 8-hour video, right? So the longer is not a bad thing. What's up, F Mead? Yogi, you have a goal of finishing the video. What can I do to make sure that doesn't happen? Wait, why? You don't want me to finish the video? What are you, like a Sony user? A Canon user? Is this like some We need to finish the video. So Yogi, well, firstly, hello. Thanks for being here. We're just on our grind set, if you will. And the video, I'm feeling a bit rebellious today, a bit naughty. Good on you. You know what? I don't know what that means, but I'm rooting for you. We are... Okay, so just to catch you up to speed, I have finished the opening trailer section. And I've handed off the rest to a video editor. So right now, it is in the hands of the editor, and he said that he's going to respond to me tomorrow. So he's basically had today to review all the files. And I've sent a bunch of backup material and like, you know, supporting material, whatever. Like, so depending on how fast the editor is, I should be done with the review hopefully I can post it in like a couple days time from now. Let me share with you, if you're just tuning in. I'll play this for you. This is not the full version. I'll mix and match, but this is like one of the ones I exported earlier today or yesterday. So this is kind of the opening trailer, the first minute and 20 seconds with a few changes I'll show later.
I have to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch, to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run and gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you.
Okay, so that's generally it. I changed up the title style. What else? What else? Some of the sound effects, stuff like that, just like increasing the volume. There's a few stuttery things that I need to fix. But yeah, I think overall, we're basically done. Let me just play it from here maybe, because this should be the somewhat finalized version. Hello, hello, Troy. And Yogi said it's the rules. You sold me the camera just with that 1 minute and 20 seconds. Yo, I need to make a compilation of the wonderful comments that people have said, including just now what you wrote, and I need to send it to Nikon and be like, hey, can you like pay me more money and like get camera gears and more everything? Can I be an ambassador? Look at this. Look at me. I'm ambassadizing. Okay, if that's a word. All right, let's play this though. But thank you very much for that. And what's up, Troy? Welcome, welcome. We are just putting the final touches on the opening trailer, and the rest of the video I've given to an editor, so fingers crossed there. So let me play this. Hopefully it'll play without being too stuttery. And let's turn on the volume.
The Nikon ZR and this review are for you.
Yeah, so I simplified the title a bit as well. But yeah, I think we're there. There's a lot of thought put into this though. So hopefully it comes across. I didn't just, for the most part, I didn't just slap in random clips into this montage. I did try to make it feel thematic or like structured. So there was like meaning, a method to the madness, if you will. Yogi says, so you have to stream until you get the edit back. It's the rules. Yo, what are you talking? I stream every day. Well, I didn't stream yesterday, so I lied. But I try to stream every day. Sundays are slightly an exception. I'm thinking maybe I need to keep with that. Maybe I should save a day for myself. But yeah, we try to stream every day. And in terms of what kind of content, I mean, yes, we're still working through all these beautiful Nikon ZR footages. So I was just saying, like, I'm trying to put together a slow motion version of all of the chimp shots that I have. Because I have a series on my YouTube channel where I basically slow down all of my wildlife clips, and I put on some relaxing background music to go with the visuals, and then I turn it into kind of like a Nat Geo feel, where it's like, oh, here's an hour of lions, you know, in X national park, in slow motion with relaxing music at 4K quality. And so people can put this on in the background of whatever settings and just listen to the music, or if they want some cinematic National Geographic style video to go with it, there you go. So I've been having a lot of fun creating that as a series, and this is definitely the next episode that we'll put in there. And I was just guessing that we're gonna end up with like over 2.5 hours worth of like, if I make this a single video, it's gonna be over 2.5 hours long, and I think I was way off, because even here we're looking at all of this, and this alone is showing about, I think, 2 hours long. And this is before I've slowed it down. And most of these are, I think, all shot at 6K 60 frames. And we still have all the 4K 120 frames to go through as well. Anyways, let me read your chat though. But yes, welcome. And thank you, Troy and Yogi, for being here. You sold me the camera just with that 1 minute 20 seconds, mainly because it's Nikon. Do giveaways to me, only to me. And were the birds the egrets or the cranes? I think they were egrets, but I'm not really good with recognizing different birds. I believe it's, yeah, I think it's an egret. It's way too small to be like a crane. Yeah, these guys. Yeah, they're pretty tiny comparatively to this is probably like not even 1/3 the size. This might be like 1/5 the size of a crane. Yogi said, I need to talk to you about that with my new forest images, slow-mo videos. Oh, interesting. Wait, what do you mean? New forest images? But then you say slow-mo videos. Images or videos? Or am I missing some context there? Okay, so I think, let me just remove any gaps in between. I wonder if there's a shortcut in DaVinci that lets you just delete all gaps between clips. So let's say we take all of this. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to use all of it, because there might be some areas that we need to cut out. But generally speaking, let's say if we take all of this and let's change the clip speed to 40%. Yeah, so now we're sitting at almost 4.5 hours. Is that right? It must be. We have 4.5 hours of just the chimpanzee footages in slow motion. So, which is good. I can literally put a, Yogi said, be right back, doggo needs potty. Okay, sorry. I don't know if you're probably already gone. I misread that. I thought you turned baby talk to me for some reason. I thought you were saying you need to potty. I was like, dude. But yeah, I was like, I thought you were saying, be right back, dog. I need to potty. And I was like, yo, come on, man. Leave that to yourself. Tell me when you're back. I LOL'd at your earlier message. Want to explain. Slideshow to music, yeah. So anyways, this means I can probably put together a video that says like 5 hours of 5 hours chimpanzee at the sanctuary in 6K. So now one thing I need to do, I have all these 4K shots. So my thought process here is either I need to upscale this to 4K or leave it as is and let it be somewhat degraded in a 6K video, or I export these as 4K, but then I put this through Topaz. I have a software called Topaz Video AI, which I will use to actually upscale my footages. So it does a bunch of other things too, but let's find any potential clips here. So yeah, this one. It's blurry. Let's turn down the volume for now. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so we do have some decent footages here as well. Dun, 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 dun. Nope. All right. I think. Oh no, we have more. We have more. Last one. Come on. There we go. All right, so now if I drag these guys over, and then let's just put this one level higher, because these are 4K, these are 6K. Okay, is that it? Nope, one more. So now let's say if we ended up using all of these, now the beauty is since it's shot in 120 frames per second, I can now slow this down to 20% of its original speed, which gives us 5 hours and 15 minutes. 5 hours and 15 minutes of footages of chimpanzees. Perfect. So now one thing I do need to test is I did see an option within DaVinci where it looks like I'm able to, I saw there's a topaz option. So I think topaz has a, but it's only for enhance. What does that look like? Enhance. Okay, that's cool. So it looks like there is some built-in plugin for Topaz within DaVinci. But the thing is, the thing I need access to is not about enhancing the footage. I mean, I guess it is considered enhancing, but I need the one that lets me upscale. Oh, here we go. 2x and 4x upscaling modes must be applied from the edit page. Color nodes can be used in 1x mode. Oh, okay, hold on. Looks like this is an option though. So if I go into the edit page, you're telling me I can upscale from here. Where? Retime and scaling. Scaling. No. Super scale? Oh, what? What is this? AI super scale? Hold on a minute. Amber, I see an option inside of DaVinci that's called AI Superscale, and it lets me enhance my footage, for instance, 2x enhance and all that. Now, the task that I'm looking to do is not necessarily an enhancement, it's an upscaling. I need to upscale my footage from 4K into 6K. So for example, I have some footages that were captured in, let's see here, 3984 by 2240, and I need to convert that into 6048 by 3402. I have Topaz, and I believe Topaz has a plugin built inside of DaVinci, or I could use Topaz separately, but ideally I can use it all within DaVinci before I even hit export. However, tell me, what is this AI Superscale, and how does it differentiate from like trying to upscale via Topaz?
Absolutely. I can break that down for you. So DaVinci Resolve's AI Superscale is essentially an inbuilt upscaling feature that uses some AI and machine learning to enhance your footage when you're scaling it up. So if you have something that's say 4K and you want to bring it up to 6K, you can use Superscaled and it will do a pretty solid job of trying to add detail and make that footage look good at the higher resolution. It's all done right inside DaVinci Resolve, so it's pretty convenient. Now, Topaz Video or Topaz Gigapixel for Video is another tool that's very specialized in upscaling and can sometimes produce even more refined results because it's designed specifically for that purpose. It uses its own AI waddles and can be a bit more advanced in certain scenarios. So if you already have Topaz and you like the results, you could use it as a plugin or externally. But if you want to keep it all within DaVinci, Superscale is a solid built-in option. In short, Superscale is just the native DaVinci solution. Topaz might give you a bit more control or slightly different results, but both are good options.
Okay, I wasn't like fully listening to you. I got distracted by something. But okay, so if I were to say, let's take this file and upscale it to that 6K quality, which option should I choose here in the AI Superscale? Do I choose 2x or 3x or 2x enhanced? Tell me. If the main thing I want to do is not necessarily change the color grades or things like that, I just want to make sure that when I export this, it will look perfectly fine on a 6K screen.
Got it. No problem at all. If your main goal is just to get that footage up from 4K to 6K so it looks nice and crisp on a 6K screen, then choosing the 2x option in the AI Superscale is the way to go, because 2x is going to roughly double the dimensions, and that's going to get you from that 4K resolution up to the 6K range you're looking for. You won't need to do anything more complicated than that, so just pick the 2x option, and that should upscale your footage to the resolution you need without changing the color or anything else. It should look nice and clean on a 6K screen.
All right, we're learning new things today. The thing the reason I wasn't paying attention the first time she was talking is I feel enlightened and also an idiot at the same time. Because basically, I didn't realize, I did this whole exercise a few days ago where I took every freaking video file that I took that I thought I might end up using, and I wrote it down on a piece of paper. This guy. And I basically wrote it. It ended up being 3 pages, right? And so each page I was listing out like the file name, the ISO, the resolution, the shutter, which lens did I use, what was the white balance. I wrote all of it down just in case. Well, one, I need to figure out like which ones of these were good examples of shots that I took, you know, at 800 ISO versus like some of them, you know, I shot at the other base ISO of 6400, and sometimes I was testing in like 1600. Some of these I was shooting at like 200 ISO. So one, I just need to understand which of these files actually shot at different ISOs. And I probably spent solid several hours just having to do all this exercise. Now I go over here and I realize there's a tab in the inspector called image, and there it actually tells me the freaking ISO information right there, and the white balance too, technically. You got to be shitting me, because I was opening up like Photo Mechanic or Cine X Pro software and right clicking the image and then having to double check what the metadata said. The metadata was here this whole goddamn time. And I could have just looked at this and I could have just seen all, yeah, it's changing as we speak. You got to be shitting me. You have to be shitting me. So I'm happy to know I know more now about DaVinci, but I'm upset that I've been wasting time. But now the more we know, and also we've learned that we can use this AI Superscale, and hopefully it will upscale my resolution to 6K for some of these 4K footages. Okay. So now, let's just start from the beginning. This one we've already edited. So let's move on to this next one. And I'm going to see if I can just copy over the editing style that I've done in the previous. I want to make sure I kind of stay consistent with the color grading. So Now this one obviously is a bit darker, which is fine. We just need to make the adjustments here, but and then let's see how it looks. So we'll have to restabilize and all that fun stuff. But I just want to test how the quality... Because sometimes I did some changes where I adjusted the density, but it doesn't, like, it adds a little bit of fuzziness to it. Hello, Ikidis. Yes, that is my name in all caps. Thank you very much for the high energy. I appreciate it. It's 9 p.m. on my side of the world, so I'm lacking that energy, so I appreciate it. How are you doing? Hopefully everything is well. Happy Monday. I don't know if that's a good thing or not for you, but happy Monday to you. And yes, Yogi, you're back. Yogi, your earlier message where you said BRB doggo needs potty, I misinterpreted that initially, just at a glance when I read your text or your message, and I thought for a second you were telling me, be right back, dog, I need to potty. And I was like, yo, I was like, why? I mean, thank you for telling me, but why did you have to mix in calling me a bro like a dog, but then saying potty? But then I understood you needed to take your dog out for a walk. I'm assuming. I hope now. Actually, I don't know. Maybe I read it correctly the first time, and now we got to have a talk. Enough shouting. Have we survived Monday? Well, given that it's almost the end of Monday, yes, I hope so. All the cool kids, yes, my bad. Wait, you're bad because you did mean it that way? That you're telling me you had to go potty? Ikidis, welcome. I mean, bros can talk, right? Yes, we can talk. You are walking the walk and talking the talk. Ikidis, welcome. So I think at this point, I have completed my opening trailer, the opening hook in the trailer for our product review, and I've handed off the rest of it to a YouTube editor, a prospective editor. So hopefully this is an editor I can use long term, but we've given this task to see if maybe we have a working relationship going forward. But let me show you what we've completed ourselves, and I'm pretty proud of this. I did spend yesterday, I didn't stream yesterday so I could finish part of this, because I was on the grind set. Every day is a grind set though. Okay, let's go ahead and play this. This is going to be our opening to our upcoming video.
I have to admit something. I'm not a pro cinematographer. I'm a wildlife and travel enthusiast who got into photography, started making short-form video reels, moved into YouTube for vlogging, and now I'm fumbling my way towards understanding the world of cinematic storytelling. But I think that's exactly why Nikon invited me to test out their new Nikon ZR before launch, to see if a camera at this price point with pro cinema features can help a self-taught creator like myself create work that actually feels cinematic. So if you're like me, an aspiring filmmaker and solo run and gun traveler, the Nikon ZR and this review are for you.
And then it kicks off into the rest of the video, and we did make some changes to this particular version I just showed, but I think overall everything seems fine. One thing, hold on, let me just read the message. But he said, that's awesome, let's see. And Yobel is trying to be productive. It's our mission to make sure that doesn't happen. Are you in? Yes. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, Kidis, you reminded me. The term was yaps. I forgot about that. Because it started with the Y. So we do love our Y words. Yeah, Yogi, I don't know what is going on with your secret mission to extend my the length of getting this shit out there. Okay, we got to pump out this video before the masses get their hold of the Nikon ZR. Okay, then we're gonna lose out on potential views on this video. There's one thing in the beginning. I'm nitpicking here, but there's like an audio thing I don't know if I can fix or not. TLDL. What is TLDL? Too long didn't long wait, am I reading that right? Is this like slang and stuff that am I too old? TLDL. Please explain, Ikidis. You do have a suggestion? Tell me what the suggestion is. Too long didn't listen. Damn. You hit me with that. Damn. Yogi, you have a close-up of the moment of contact between keeper and monkey touching hands? Question mark. Yes, I think there's a few that I threw into this. So obviously at the very end, when these two are together, and then there's one here with the baby chimp, and then here when he's like, yeah, their hands touch there as well. Then there's one, not hand to hand, but like, he's patting the chimp on the back. I think there's another one, I thought. Kind of, but not really. Yeah, so we do have a few of those moments. I just put it in strategically. So I did put a little thought into like the sequence of shots up to a certain point, and then I kind of said, whatever, we'll just put whatever fits in. But for instance, I mentioned that in the beginning, the first two shots are of the chimps. So as we start off the trailer, I basically am treating this trailer still like a story. So we have our first two shots, which are introducing our first character of the story, which are the chimps. The next two shots are shots of people, so showing the second character, which is people. And these are equal durations because they're kind of equal parts of the story. And then the third equal part of the story, and we introduce, is nature. So I use two shots of like the beach and the water ebbing and flowing to kind of show that in this trailer, in this story, we're talking about chimps, people, and nature, and the kind of coexistence or the balance between them. And then we kind of do that throughout the trailer. Here we have all these shots of the tunnels when the song is a bit more on the dramatic side. And then when there's a slight shift in the song where it kind of turns into a major key and more positive, then I switch from this kind of warm, dark tones and the kind of tunnel cage feel to then being out in the open, shots of the chimp with the, the caregivers, a bit more bright green tones throughout. And then, yeah, like the hand, the bonding moments, if you will. And then eventually showing when we've established trust between the chimp and the human, where to the point where the chimp is literally eating out of the palm of his hand. And then we just mix in a bunch of other moments as the action kicks in. So, yeah. So we've made progress, and I appreciate you guys being here, and for any suggestions as well, for sure. We still have some time to make edits. I am now waiting for that YouTube editor to hopefully come back to me tomorrow, and we'll review it. Hopefully no issues whatsoever, and we proceed with pumping out this video. Separately, so what I was mentioning is, and congrats, it's amazing. Well, thank you very much, Ikidis. I very much appreciate it. Yogi is quietly derailing stream. If you let me know that you're doing that, aren't you giving the game away? But I guess me responding to you saying that is a form of derailing, so it's working, But yeah, this one, I mean, I'm not going to be able to finish this very quickly, but one of the other tasks I was mentioning I like to do, I like to make these long-form 4K cinema videos. Actually, do I have an example of it open? Let's see if I can get to one real quick. Do I have the YouTube cinematic wildlife? Yeah. Here we go. So for instance, I have like different footages that I posted to YouTube as part of a series on like these slow motion wildlife shots where I mix it in with like relaxing music. So this one was like the birds of Uganda. This one was only 22 minutes. But yeah, basically I'll just mix in some shots that I've captured on my travels in slow motion. So this is like the golden monkeys, and this one's about 40 minutes long. And it was just trying to pick out all of my you're getting banned in 3, 2, 1. Nice. So I basically created these because it's like, one, I have so much footage of wildlife from my travels, and it feels like a shame not to share it somewhere publicly. So then I just show the entirety of any of these shots that I have. I slow it down, so it's like slow motion, cinematic shots, and then I mix it in with like relaxing music. So then this is the gorilla one. And this one was like an hour and 7 minutes, right? So yeah, just meant to be like anyone who wants to put on something with relaxing music and having a bit of a, hopefully like a Nat Geo vibe on screen. It's like, you're welcome, here you go. And so yeah, I just mix in all the shots that I have. So yeah, I've been doing this for quite some time. You know, we have our shoe bills here. And it started with Uganda, since that was a trip that I was working with when I first started my YouTube channel. So as I finished each episode of my Uganda travel vlog series, then I would take all of the relevant wildlife footages and then turn it into one of these kind of like extended background music, cinema, 4K wildlife stuff. Now the problem is this is kind of like different audience vibes, right? The same person who watches my travel vlogs might not be the same person who wants to watch these like, you know, 1+ hour relaxing music stuff with wildlife. And that might be someone that's very different from someone who watches my live streams. So in a ways, I'm kind of doing the wrong strategy as I'm learning about like how to build a YouTube channel. Because I think you have to like make it simpler for the algorithms to understand who you are and who is your audience. And in many ways, I kind of confuse the algorithms quite a bit by pumping out all kinds of random shit. So, you know, it is what it is. So then we had, yeah, the lions and buffaloes. Then we had some more lines from Uganda. So all of this started with Uganda. And then we had a third one of some lions. This one is a bit more dramatic music. Then we had the chimpanzees in Jebali National Park. So this is like a bunch of chimps that I captured in the rain. It was really cool. So these are the kind of shots I always prefer when you're actually in the wild. And then this is from India. And this one's like over an hour, right? So hour and 17 minutes. Just taking like different moments from my trips. This one's hour and 12 minutes from, you know, when I went searching for tigers in India. So anyways, this is the last one we did, right? Was from the India trip. So now, I figure since we're already on the chimpanzees and we're still trying to promote the Nikon ZR footages, so I've collected all of the potential shots of the chimps. And we do, after I've slowed it all down, we're sitting at a pretty 5 hours and 15 minutes worth of chimp shots. So I can literally turn this into a, hopefully I'll be able to create a video that is 5 hours long, titled something, I don't know, but it'll be like 6K wildlife cinema with relaxing background music, shot with the Nikon ZR, in whatever ordering that works. But basically, yeah, we'll be able to pump this out. So this will be something I need to work on for the coming days. This one we've already color graded and everything, so this one's fine. This is our little chimp walk. Then we have another one that we were just working on. And we'll probably play it in full. But let me restabilize this guy. Stare in your eyes. Stabilize. Stare in your eyes. Ugh. I took my freaking Claritin medicine, whatever, but I still feel super stuffy right now. Let me blow my nose while we play this. Do 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 do. Okay, there's a little bit of, like a healthy bit of shake. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, let me play this again. Let me update the stabilization real quick. And then let me respond to a WhatsApp real quick that I have to. Do-do-do-do-do. Okay, I think I need to stabilize it even more. Let's increase the smooth. Let's play it again. I still don't really know how to use this stabilization thing inside of the colors panel. Like, what am I supposed to make out of these lines that pop up here? That looks even worse. So I think in the version I was using, I kind of started from after all this crazy shake, because this was, to be fair, like this is when I was trying to position myself, trying to figure out where they were going, and then I was literally looking behind me to kind of figure out the right path. And then once we started walking down this path, then it's like I was able to trust a little bit more that I'm on like a smooth path. But yeah, so the question is, do I want to keep all this where it can be a little bit shaky, but you're still getting a lot of, you know, contacts and nature stuff? I'm not sure. Because then once we get here, then it gets a bit smoother and usable. And I could cut this out to stabilize it even more and not rely on the rest here. Do 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 do. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. Okay, this might be a question for not ChatGPT. DaVinci Resolve, color panel, color tab, stabilizer. To use the stabilizer, okay, yeah. Mm. Mm. Versus edit tab. Okay, so the edit's just simpler to reach. Functionality. Granular control. This tool provides a more detailed and controllable experience. That doesn't really help me though. I don't. Let's see. I mean, it's cool that I can see this graph, but what the hell does this graph show me? I have no idea. Mhm. Okay, maybe I'll cut out that section there, because then here's like drastic wobbliness, and I'm blurring anyways. So maybe from here, just to show the tree passing, and then let's just take care of this shakiness coming up. That part there. So maybe if we started from here. Okay, let's play again. Okay, maybe start a little bit later because it's still shaky. So what if we started from here? Restabilize. Okay, this looks much better to me. Just though, for testing purposes, I want to see if I bump this up to 0.5 smoothness, how better or worse does it get? So obviously it cropped in a bit. Okay, and then let's compare that to 0.25. I think I just prefer this one. Okay. All right, so then colors and everything, I think I'm okay with it. We might do like a final pass of like the color grading and stuff at the very end, and we might just apply that across the board. Here, I just want to focus on the stabilization and just like the general colors. 3, 2. Okay. Let's lift the colors a bit. Which shot is this? Oh, this is our OG shot. Wait, hold on a second. I think we have a... I think we have this in a... I don't know if it's better, but we've color graded this one already. Let me just find it in my shots. Yeah, this one. Okay, so we'll probably end up keeping it the same. Although, same thing, maybe we'll turn off this density. Okay, let's do a little custom keyframing here, because it's a little too dark in the beginning. And once we get here, I'm okay dropping it a bit. All right, let's go with that. So now, let's just copy this. Go to Chimp Cinema Slowed and paste. Shit. I don't think I did it right. There we go. And then let's stabilize it. Okay. I might have to end the stream early anyways because I have some work I have to do. So I got some WhatsApp messages of some things I need to take care of, which are important, top priority, top secret, top priority stuff. Okay, we're trying to save the world right now, and it requires me to. It requires me. So let me try to wrap up a few of these, and I do think I probably, just because I don't want to stay up all night taking care of some stuff that I need to do. And I need to eat dinner. Oh my god, how did I forget? Let's check this footage out. So this is the hero footage that we've worked with in the past. But we didn't use this portion. Oh, you know what? Let me turn off the halation effect. So we didn't use this part. I used the part, when did we start? I think after this. Yeah, because there's a bit of like choppiness here. I tripped over that log, that's why. So I think roughly around here is when I actually used the footage for my documentary. Actually, no, not even yet. I think right around here, this part, boom. So this was like the starting portion of what we used in the documentary. And all of that before was, it's now behind the scenes. And I finally get to show all of it in a video, so that's cool. Otherwise, all of this I shared in the documentary in its entirety. And it definitely became like the hero shot for me. It's such a cool moment. Now the only thing is I want to figure out how to stabilize a little bit more. Let's try 60-40. Doom, doom. Oh wait, whoops. I didn't want to do it there. Oh, that's why. Okay, let me bring it back a second. I didn't actually apply the stabilization. This is what I don't understand. There's an option on the stabilizer that says bypass stabilization. Why the F would I ever choose that then? I don't understand. This is the stabilizer section. When do I want to bypass stabilization? I just don't. I don't understand the verbiage or what the hell's going on. Alright, let's play it again then. So this is the version where I've applied a bit of stabilization. A subtle amount, whatever is like the default. But it's actually nice. It keeps it pretty cinematic so far. So even though you see, obviously I tripped over that log and I'm whatever, it did kind of make it smoothed out the edges. Which again is so insane to me. This is why we ended up using this as the hero footage, because it's like, yo, how is this camera handheld when you're walking backwards, tripping over things? You know, this is not like a controlled environment. I'm tripping over like logs and uneven pathway and bramble. Is that a word? Am I just making up words? Pushing through bramble. We're going to try to make it a word. But then, yeah, ends up being like super stable footage. That's super impressive to me. And it's like a necessity for the kind of shoots that I do to have a camera that can maintain this level of stabilization. Okay, so I do like this. We're going to keep it. King, what's up, King Kruk? I'm glad you didn't vlog while you filmed these brodies. What were your most used lenses for this doc? Yeah, you know what? And this is because of the fact that this trip was a bit fast. I didn't have much time to do vlog, like quote unquote vlogging. If you mean vlogging as in like selfie mode, yeah, there just wasn't enough time to do that because I was just out shooting, sleeping, shooting, editing stuff, charging batteries, shooting again. There's like no time in between to like be like, hey, what's up guys, blah blah blah. I only did that once when I was testing out the audio, so there's like a purpose behind it. I needed to like see how the audio quality was. But yeah, if I had more time, I might have ended up doing that. But because also this was like a very secretive or like whatever. Yeah. The most used lens was a mix of the 400 f4.5 lens and the 85 1.2. And then for all of these shots of like kind of the, what do you call it? The chimp walks. These were all shot at 35 millimeter f1.2 lens at f2 aperture. So I said this before, but I quickly from this trip really enjoyed the quality of the 35 1.2. It's a pretty big, heavy lens, to be fair, but in terms of the quality, it was amazing, and it allowed me much better than if I shot with the 20 mil. Like if I shot with my 20 millimeter lens, obviously I would get a lot more of the background and everything. It would feel much more kind of not immersive, but I guess immersive in the sense that you're like, you know, inside the environment. But then the trade-off is that the chimpanzees, the subjects, become almost like blended in with the background. They're not as prominent in the shot. Whereas with the 35, I felt like there's a really good compression where you're able to get the subjects nicely separated out, but also without making them feel small, you know? And then you still end up with a really clean background. You have a lot of space still. So the 35 feels just acceptable to be able to kind of do like an environmental shot while maintaining a level of portraiture to the subjects. Because then the moment you hit like 50 mil, then obviously you're a bit more tight framed and, you know, you get the nice compression on the subjects, relatively speaking, but then you barely get any of the background. Here you get everything. So to me, I was like, whoa, 35 feels like it's the best of both worlds. So even at this close-up range, you're not like, you know, you're still able to get the subject. You know, obviously a 20 mil would have got more, but like it was still acceptable even at the closest of range. So yeah, I feel like I need to get a 35 1.2 in my bag. King, you said selfie vlogging could be dangerous. These brodies could have asked for a shout out. Yeah. Yeah, doing selfie mode with a chimp in front of you or behind you in that case may not be the best of ideas. But it'd be an interesting way to go, you know? Imagine if the chimp grabs your camera and tries to do a selfie with it. Yeah. But welcome, King. Good to have you here. I was mentioning that I don't know how much longer I'm going to be streaming for, because I do have a few things I have to take care of off stream. So I just want to go through a few more of these footage. Let me go through the rest of these like 35 millimeter shots. And then, yeah, we'll call it after that. Let me see. So right now we're just working through all the footages for like, I'm going to make a long, it's literally going to be 5 hours long. I'm going to make a 5 hour long video where it's like an extended edition, all of the shots that I've taken of the chimpanzees from this project in slow motion, color grade and all that. So, and then I'll put some like relaxing background music, and also I'm going to maintain it at 6K. So it's going to be one of those YouTube videos where it's literally a 6K wildlife sit with background music kind of thing. So and then this one we gotta flip, so let's stabilize this one as well. All right, this one we need to flip it and reverse it. Okay. Whoops. Did not mean to do that. So maybe... Okay, let's first stabilize this. Da, 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 da. And then let's just reposition this guy. So yeah, we'll start from up top. And yeah, we might have to crop some of this. Okay, we'll start it from when it's in focus. Jeez, I was pretty shaky with it. I'm not sure how much of this is usable. I was so freaking shaky. Okay, but the point is, roughly here, we want to flip this up. So we're trying to see if we can show this freaking chimp up top. Look at you, BC. Now you're back to your gambling ways. Okay, I need to fix this freaking... See, this is what I don't understand. I need to take a course on DaVinci here, because now I clicked on the bypass stabilization and the footage looks super smooth. Whereas when I normally don't click bypass, that's when I actually see the effects usually. So why the hell is it working fine now? I just don't understand. So like what happened here? So here it's clearly stabilized. But it's when I clicked on bypass stabilization and then it seems to work fine. Every other footage, you don't click on that bypass stabilization and it works. Just so confusing. So confusing. Okay, let's take a look. This is more just like a comical shot, I guess. Let's drop it down here. Let's drop it down even more. Okay, that might be too much. Let's see. All right, that's acceptable. And then here, after the drop, let's lift it around here somewhere. There we go. Okay, that looks nice. But yes, I think a DaVinci Resolve course is going to be necessary. I cannot understand this. So for instance, this one seems kind of stabilized. Let's see. But when I unclick it, then it cropped in because I'm assuming the stabilization is taking effect. Let's see. So this one looks stabilized. Oh, nope. So we got some weird jitteriness there. This is pretty shaky. Now what happens if I click on bypass? Will that same shakiness be there? Let's see. So now I feel like it's not stabilized. But those moments, let's see. Yeah, it feels a bit more smooth now compared to what we were shooting before. I don't understand. I just don't. Yeah, because we get this weird jitteriness here. It looks really bad with that. So then if we click on bypass, see, now it looks fine. Why? What is happening? BC, you said road to 100K. Here we go. I feel like I have my original goal back. Nice. Well, I'm glad I could provide it back, you know. Oh, so when is the camera review video dropping? So, I've sent it off to the editor, the remaining piece, right? So I've provided everything. It's just now the editor has to put in the B-roll at the right points, and then hopefully we'll see what kind of spicing up he can do with text overlays or transitions and stuff. My hope is that he can finish that tomorrow. I truly don't feel like it's going to take more than a few hours of work because I've given everything. So as long as he's able to access all the files, you'll spend more time downloading the files than actually making the video, is the way I kind of view what it actually takes for this. So yeah, let's call it hopefully one day of coordinating with the editor. And then tomorrow what I'll do though, regardless, is I'm just trying to prepare all of the metadata stuff. Metadata as in like the what is the YouTube title specifically, the descriptions, everything. So then hopefully the moment I get access to the file again, I can just put it into upload mode and post it off, which means then 2 days from now I should hopefully have it published. And so what I'm working on now is I'm just working on the extended edition of all the chimp shots where I show it in like slow motion with background music and stuff. And right now we got roughly 5 hours worth of content that we can pull from. So that's kind of cool. Okay. I think I'm going to pause here. Today's been a good day. I appreciate everyone who's hopped into the chat, people who've been viewing, the silent viewers. Kick has been interesting today. Although the people who've chatted, the people who've typed in my Kick chat have all been spammers, right? The ones who are like, oh, I got some cool things if you just join my Discord or if you send me money. But we've also had more viewers on Kick today, so that's kind of cool. So we're not losing hope on Kick. But thank you everyone across the board. I think I have a few things I need to take care of off stream by tonight, and it's already 9:50, almost 10 p.m., and I need to eat dinner as well. So we're going to call it a night today. A night tonight. Tomorrow, we'll go back to our usual stream, probably like 4 or 5 p.m. We've been averaging around 5, so we'll stick to that. But yeah, by tomorrow, depending on how much work is done with the editor and stuff, I'm going to continue working on this tomorrow. So this will be the main brunt of our focus. I'm going to be color correcting and grading all of the chimp shots so it looks cleaner. And then we're going to figure out the background music and all that kind of stuff. And anyways, that's going to be the main thing. We'll do a few other things depending on how much time we have. I might watch a few YouTube videos on the side of some channels that I found recently that I think is super, super helpful. So yeah, we might multitask in that way. Cool. Oh, sorry, I wasn't sharing my screen for some parts of that. I appreciate it, everyone. What else? Is there any parting thoughts at 10 p.m. to say? Not really. Oh, Markman05, you said, man, I am so late on this stream. Listen, no worries at all. Firstly, thank you very much for being here, even if you think it's late. Listen, the beauty of YouTube is you're able to rewind and then watch it all in its entirety. How beautiful is that? I wish Twitch would do that. I don't know why Twitch doesn't allow that. Or does it, and I just haven't figured out that feature. But either ways, Markman05, thank you for being here. I am putting an end to the stream, though. I'll be back tomorrow. We do try to stream every single day, and I generally stream for like 5 to 7 hours every day if possible. So what did we do today? I don't think we streamed about 4.5 hours. That's not bad. Okay, well, thank you, Markman. Hopefully you'll be here tomorrow. I will also probably stream later as well tomorrow. Like usually, so right now it's 10 p.m. my time. I usually stream till like midnight most of the nights. I just have some work I have to take care of before the end of the night, so I have to do that off stream. Otherwise, I would be here longer. Cool, guys. All right. Well, thank you.